As we are once again. Hello, we found the PTS. As I'm booting up, making sure actually as well. Let's get a tab of that ready. Let's this up. Will this instantly work? Yay, it does. Oh, actually, where game? Where game go? Game go is there. Okay. As yeah, we're gonna do some PTS stuff. Actually, I should change the title, right? We're not casually going to PTS. 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 PTS math. PTS maths. PTS spreadsheets. Galore. No, that's PTS spreadsheets. Spreadsheet updates. And stuffs. There we go. I feel that's a title fitting of me instead of a casual PvE. Because yeah, we're gonna do some updates to this thing. Kind of thinking about how do I even wanna, does this even, how did this even work? The answer to that is, although well, not how did this work, like I just altered the numbers here. That's how they work. But I want to also kind of be able to quickly see changes. Although yeah, we can just calculate the change out and then just have it like next to it or something. Because I was thinking of keeping like the old number or like the old graph next to it or something, or making copies here, and actually that's also not a bad idea. Maybe I'll actually start my tablet as well, as I don't even have chat up while I have that big spreadsheet up. We have chat available. Need be. I might do that. I might just copy this right next to it, and then we'll alter it in here, and then we can directly compare. But I also want to change. Let's jump in game first. Let's start altering one of these, and we'll see what we. Because we've already found a few that weren't exactly the numbers that they gave. That might also be a good thing, to maybe have what the dev said and what actually is as.
Entering safe area.
Will this find it? Oh, luckily, we opened this so many times yesterday that yeah, Firefox is like, yep, when you're typing PvE, this is the thing you mean, right? That worked out. Now as well, let's make this a little bit bigger for stream. It's a little bit more annoying for me that way, but we can work with that. Yeah, let's just go. Let's just start with ARs, work our way all the way down. Let's have base damage on, because that turns itself off every time. We need to calculate the base damages. Let's put together a build that lands on 100 AR damage. Exactly. Why is this plus 20? Yeah. Oh, because I'm not holding it. This puts it at 140, right? And then if I just get rid of whatever the Fenris here is to something else, but with the red core. Because yeah, we only care about the base weapon damage, not if the build is coherent or not. Because 70 plus 30 is in fact 100. We need to make sure we don't grab weapons with... Or when we do grab weapons with grading, that we account for that. We'll roll our sleeves up and get to work. Because yeah, we'll look at these numbers, compare them to the numbers here. If changes, we'll put them in. Not going off of that, and then we'll go to this list and double check with that. So this is an input number anyway, so yeah, we can do this. Let's put the old bases and stuff here. Yeah, so we'll do the old base there. Now we need to do... Actually... Okay. I have enough space. Let's get an ACR, an AK base, an AUG. A G36 will grab a different one. She needs that one. Does she have a carbine in her inventory? I think she did. Yep. Basically grabbing one of each weapon type. All the falls are the same, so just the fall, how much she has. But actually, yeah, how much she has, we'll grab G36E, Honey Badger, AUG we already have, TKB, SIG, although mechanical animal there. Actually, I shouldn't do that mechanical animal because that's still a roll to max, isn't it? Yeah. I was just for testing something. I don't even remember what anymore. We already had black market AK, right? No, black market, same as the mill. A form of mark P416 will actually grab a custom. Let's grab a custom. An M4, although actually M4 44.2. Yeah, no, that nothing has changed with that actually. It's annoying. Neither with PDR. Let's double check as well here. Or if there has been changes, it's tiny, but here it truncates them, where in the game it truncates them to one number behind the dots, but if that kind of lines up, where's PDR? Why I know C? Oh, there. 51.7, so yeah, that's still the same. TKB as well, 58.8, that lines up as well. Yeah, let's just go through this list in alphabetical order. So ACRE is now 59.3, so we need to calculate it out. We're going from and the nice thing about having 100% weapon damage is you literally take the number that is stated here, is 88,382, and you have it. Wait, why is it? Oh, you need to equip the weapon for it to show up on the stats there, because it should be at 118 or something. It's that number. It's basically you have this number, but this number, of course, is truncated, so we're taking it from the weapon stat. Wait, yeah, that was tiny. Let me explain again. I was wondering what I'm going to be doing and why I'm just halving numbers. So the thing has this total damage number because we have 100 weapon damage total. It's basically base, and the second number, what this number is based on, is just base weapon damage times the multiplier that you get from your all weapon damage plus specific weapon damage. So it's weapon damage. That being 100%, it means it just doubles it. So this number, we just need to have it to get back to this number. And that number is stated outright here in full without truncation. Because yeah, if it's truncated, we can't really, I mean, we'll get into a ballpark, but here we get into the actual number. So I'm just gonna not even do the calculation in my head or anything, because is very sleepy boy. Is this number divided by. So this is the new number. Also, we're not going to link it to that or copy from that, just because that will break a bunch of stuff. So we're just going to outright take the number output. And the easiest way, you can copy and paste without format or without like formatting, and it'll paste it without the like the formula underneath it. But I'll just input it like that. Also, what we're going to do here is new number versus is new number divided by old number. So that's an 11% increase. Let me actually name what these are. Stat in game 100 UVD plus SVD. And then actual increase old stat. Let's as well make it green, right? Maybe, or something. Everything that's changed will mark as with this like dark green. Just so it's easy to spot what changes happened. As well with the RPMs later on, of course, or RPMs and max sizes and stuff like that. Because yeah, ACR didn't get a max size change or RP. Oh, actually did get a did it get an RPM change? Didn't it have an RPM change as well? No. Thinking of a different weapon. There was. Because I remember the F2000 having both, but I remember another one having both as well, right? No. Every other thing is either one, is just one thing only, okay? Shows how much I retained from yesterday by being barely awake while streaming. Man, this is insane though. I can already tell. So the ACR now has a higher base damage than the TKB with the same RPM, same max size, better reload, a little bit less optimal, but its optimal is also the long fall off. Yeah. Let's put all the numbers in and then we'll resort it. I'm putting them in the sustain one, and then we'll just copy them over to all of the other ones, because they'll just fit in there. We just need to resort each one separately, which is a chore and it's gonna take a while. And that's why I'm taking you guys along with me, because if I'm going to suffer as a true idiot, if I'm going to suffer, I'm gonna make others suffer with me, and you are the chosen few. AKM, nothing's changed, right? They said nothing's changed. That seems to hold true. Yeah, truncated number. Okay, RPM is the same, mag is the same. This is AUG, nothing should be changed. 51.2. 51.2 is truncated from that. Same RPM, still same thingy. Because if we can catch them on any... let's not just accidentally input values there. Let's click there, of course. Black market AKM / mill AKM 60.6. 60.6, yeah. So still the same. Because even if there's like a tiny amount of change, it's going to be under 100 to the base. So likely no change, or if it is, it's insignificant. Carmine, 7. 47, 47. That lines up still 790, 50. Yeah. No changes there. Here we do have a change, an interesting one. CTAR. Going from 50 round mag to 60 round mag. Base has not been changed. RPM has not been changed. So 60 with the same reload of 2.1 stated. Let's mark this as green as well. That takes up the sustain significantly. It doesn't change anything about the burst, of course. Burst is these two numbers, is base and RPM. Anything outside of that does not go into burst. That's the reason we do sustain calculations. Yeah, we'll only do, well, I was going to put like 50 here, but that's not necessary. Let's not overdo. Next up, P416s. Should also check, get them. Well, we'll check that going one by one. We need to check as well if the base is, like, if they didn't forget one. Like if, because there's like 3 versions of a file, there's 2 versions of a P416, there's 2 versions of ACR and stuff. Like if one of them got the buff and others didn't, or something, or one of the others didn't, we need to know. P416s, 47925, that would be 48. So yeah, this only got a 50 RPM increase. You know what? Let's put 50 here. All right, that's not there. It's there. Because we'll put 750 here. This should still be 750. Yeah, no. This is still this row right now. I barely changed anything, right? Or it's just... Oh no, actually, wait, what? Oh. Wait, did this become 750 all of a sudden? Oh, that's because I was redoing. Okay, never mind. I understand. So we're going from that, at least on sustain. Yeah. Actually, that is, I mean, P416s were, they were okay-ish on burst, so actually not even as well. They needed the help. Next up, the file. Or next up, actually, F2000. We're going in the order of here, which is alphabetical, which this isn't, of course. So this is a new base, and it's going to 900 RPM. Let's do the same thing as this already up here. And then we just change this number, basically. We'll put this old number there. Now we need a new number, which is 9263. 9263. What happened? Oh, I'm awake. I'm like, wait, why are we getting the same number? This number didn't change with this. Max size, RPM and max size. RPM We already got max size. It would have been a bit much if it also got something else. So max size to 60. It's increases in the RPM. It's not in. I'm awake. I'm awake. Sort of. So we'll put those two there and make this 850. Let's just have the old stats. Small stuff, of course. Not that it's hard to guess them, but it's easy to forget that some RPM changed otherwise and stuff. So yeah, that's F2000. Wait, how are we already at F2000? But did we already do the okay, actually we did. Oh yeah, we did P416. Oh, it's custom. Oh yeah, it's custom. I'm just thinking of the name here. But so we did all this. Then F2000. Now the fall. Next up. Nothing's changed here, right? 50. Or actually, no, something has changed, right? With the falls. Plus 5 weapon damage. Okay. So now we need this. On the falls. We need the old weapon stats. Surprised they didn't give it just a max size increase. Like if we just make it 50 rounds. Would have been the easier way to go. We need to equip it, and we need to go in here and get 119410. It is close enough to a 5% that will give them a passing grade. Actually, I should truncate these to. Yeah, let's do that. Let's truncate these to 3 numbers behind the. I have 3. Let's make it 4 numbers behind there. That one I have at ready. Yeah. So that's the foul. Next up, FAMAS. No changes, right? 44.2. Yeah, that's the normal one. Where G36 is plus 50 RPM, right? No change here. G36 48.8. So yeah, 44.9 in-game truncated. Let's take its old stat already out there. And this becomes 800. Which actually, yeah, G36s are getting a decent buff. Because G36s never really sucked. They were actually pretty okay. They were just mid-tier. Honey Badgers, just max size, right? Yeah, 55, which is weird. Now we have a bunch of weapons that are like max size wise, like weird. So 55. So let's do 50. I never played around with max size in this really a lot because yeah, it wasn't really an option. Although, well, just with small mag, mid mag, and stuff, seeing how much you lose. Yeah, that's actually pretty high jump just for 5 rounds in the sustain. Of course, does nothing for its burst. Although it wasn't struggling on burst, was it? No. It was always just, yeah, it was that -1 mod. But yeah, we'll see kind of how that goes, because yeah, one thing I want to definitely try out today is putting F2000 versus a FAMAS in an actual striker build and like retooling it. Is the increase of the F2000 going to beat out the FAMAS if you need that crit chance? If you don't, you definitely, I mean, currently already, if you don't, it was winning. And on top of that, you gain access to Shield Splinter, which of course has its own benefits. Yeah, so we made it the G36, Honey Badger, Mark 16s. With the next one, sorry for coughing in your ears. My voice is just not warmed up yet. But it'll warm up, hopefully. Or it'll just, you know, just completely break, and then I'll go over to sign language. Which I don't know, which, you know, will be interesting. I should check mark these of just going like, just so I make sure that I don't miss anyone. On the ARs, it's unlikely because I know them well, but especially on rifles or something, I might forget about one and just. We'll just do a check mark like in like back there somewhere. Because yeah, I'm already noticing I don't have a SIG in here. I do have a SIG in here. The Mark 16s. They did get something. What did they get? They got 10 weapon damage according to them. What is it according to me? Let's find out together, shall we? We'll put the old number over here. And then we'll grab the new number after equipping it. Which is 120 914. Which is in fact pretty decently close to to a 10%. It's close enough for government work, shall we say. Because it's 1.099. We'll truncate to a 10. We'll give him that. Next up. SIG. SIG got nothing, right? SIG got screwed. Yeah, SIG got screwed. Let's make sure of that as well. So 50.8, 50.77, or 7, well, yeah. 50K and then 77, so that's a truncation that matches 720 and the 50 max. So yeah, so that all stayed. We should actually mark weapons that didn't have any change. Well, we can always come back to that. It's not hard to see which ones haven't had any changes. SIG is done. TKB is the only one remaining, right? Which should also have nothing done to it. 58.8, 58.8 matches up, 650 and 50. Yeah. I haven't checked any reload speeds. I'm going to assume they haven't said they've touched any of the reload speeds. I'm going to assume that is the case, which is weird because reload speed is also a very easy to alter balancing factor. Let's have a look through here now in this list if we got them all, because yeah, TKB we definitely got ACAM, military ACAM, FAMAS or F2000 FAMAS, PDR, oh yeah, PDR, yeah. PDR. We did not get a PDR. Couldn't have any changes. But let's make sure. 51.7. 51.7 lines up 750, and those line up too. AUG we definitely looked at. Let's double check. It's too early. 51.2, which yeah, lines up. G36 we did look at. I just haven't marked this one with green because yeah, it did get a buff. Mark 16s, we got honey badgers, we got ACR 6, CTARs, P416s, fouls, Carmine 7s, and M4s. We got all of them. I'm gonna toss all these weapons back in there. Let's actually give it a quick glance at variations, just in case. Whoa. Throwing everything back so it's all just in the collection there. Did I grab a TKB? Or why did I grab a Kingbreaker instead of a TKB? Especially graded one. Oh, this is our TKB. Yeah, that lines up. So ACRs, these two are the same. Can you comparing here? Yeah, you can actually. But what does it compares to health weapon? Never mind. G36, 4.8.9. I'm mostly gonna look for because yeah, RPM we see instantly kind of. Military and enhanced. Where's the enhanced? Is it in her inventory still? Disappeared into the ether. No, we got the numbers off of the enhanced, so yeah, where is the enhanced? Why isn't it? Because I definitely grabbed one out of this stash. This one is hers. Did they break something with item transitions and stuff? Because this is the kind of... Oh no, it's here. Oh, I was looking in the wrong spot. I miss... This is the military one, of course. This one is next to this one, but this is the G36C, of course. That was me just being a dum-dum. 498s, 498s. Let's move on to the UG, or well, mill and black market, 60.6. I mean, nothing. We can skip the ones that nothing has been done to, right? It's not going to be that one of them has and the other hasn't. Custom P416 and just P416, both of them got the change. Mark 16, 60.5, and SOCOM on tactical. Both got the change as well. And that kind of, yeah, that rounds it out. That's the multi-model ones. So yeah, now we can actually let's do the exotics as one. While we're at it. I don't have a we have to actually do a calculation on these. So yeah, Eagle Bearer. Oh, well, actually no. So Eagle Bearer got 800. Bighorn didn't get anything because it's a AUG, of course, or did it by itself? No, right? No. Capacitor didn't because it's a PDR. Alma didn't because. Okay, so this is the only exotic change. Put that there, 750. Yes. So we need to do now is sort these anew. And to do that, we take out the percentages because we don't want that part to be sorted alongside of everything else. We take this segment and we're going to sort by column I. Data, sort range, column I, Z to A. Oh, it. I'm like, why did these? But the formatting, of course, doesn't get taken along with it. And then we take this part back in, or actually cut it and put it back here. If you sort the percentages, these, of course, that breaks this. So we need to take them out. Just for legibility, actually, I'm just gonna, because this will help. This will help legibility. It's a little bit, you know, junkery, but it's fine. So, sustain. We have a new king by a lot. F2000. But yeah, let's move on to the one actually most people care about more, of course. Which is that we just copy this. Oh, actually, let's do this as well then. Not like that. Control X. Probably. Needs to be a cut and not a copy because otherwise it breaks. To there. Again, sort range by I. And there we go. The new sustain king is, of course, the eagle bearer, except like these, the exotic part of this. Oh, fuck. It breaks the formatting, of course. Man. Can't I sort and keep, like, colors in the right spot? Or wait, it did keep the colors in the right spot. What happened here, then? Why didn't it? Or did it? No, because this one is in the wrong spot. The F2000 went with it. ACR went with it. G36 went with it. Why didn't this one? And which one does this belong to? Oh no, the fall did get a buff. Never mind. I'm a dum-dum. But why didn't it here? Like, I'm confused by this. Why did the bighorn... Wait, bighorn is already 800, isn't it? Okay, I just... It's early, guys. I marked the wrong thing. This is my mistake. I made this mistake. No one to blame but myself. I just marked the wrong thing green. I was gonna say, like, coloring and stuff should go with that. Like, of course it does. Because yeah, we also put this at the wrong spot. We'll fix that. There we go. We just put the things at the wrong spot. Oh, and either silo. As yeah, we're spending some time doing chores, basically. Now, the easy part is, of course, we don't need to input everything here anymore or stuff. We can just put it in like that. We can even actually, for clarity's sake, we can take that and put that here as well. We're gonna cut out that again, put it over here. Wait, why do you have one? Oh, that's incorrect. It's actually remove the format. We're gonna it's gonna overwrite anyway, but let's just in case it doesn't. Put that one down one. We went one row too low. Now we are sorting by H. Data, sort range. by H, Z to A. Go and do that. Hey, put our percentages back in. It's okay. That's outside of the range of 1 crit chance mattering. Okay. I can, yeah. So F2000, new meta. Especially with perfect optimist on it, even on strikers. We'll still do the calculation sheet, of course, for it. We'll do it. It's multi-calc. Yeah, let's do this part as well. Just take that stat block. We'll put that here. Only one of these, but let's make sure it goes into the right spot. There it goes. Great. I thought I did a Control X, but apparently the game discrete there. And yeah. Format, or not, data, sort range, sort by H, Z to A, sort. Eagle Bear jumps to the top, although of course, again, exotics, they're more about their talent and stuff than anything else really. Although that is a juicy burst number, I won't say no to that. But it's not a talent's worth of a juicy burst number. I'd much rather still take a high end with a stat in there, or even the Elmo. Although Eagle Bear is, then if you have one, it's basically like you have a decently statted or like a decently talented high end. Yeah, and same down here. We'll take the same stat block. Put it into magazine damage. Keep doing the wrong thing of Control Copy instead of Control X. Do we still? Yeah, let's have these on all of them. Now we're sorting by G. Sort range. G. Yeah. So ACRs have like, yeah, it's a little bit silly. Just a little bit silly. So ACRs have better accuracy, have that long drop off, beat the TKB outright, are between the TKB now and the AKMs on mag economy, or well, mag damage and ammo economy by extension. Yeah, that's not right. They're also pretty high up on burst. They're also pretty high up on sustain. The thing is, what I'm more annoyed by is they're leaving weapons behind, is the thing. Anything that didn't get, they're buffing stuff with such high, like I'm completely fine with, especially for instance in burst, like having the F2000 be above the FAMAS is actually not the worst, although the FAMAS should be a little bit closer than it is then. But especially everything that didn't get really above is like just still way behind. Like it's the list here is basically the list of stuff that didn't get buffed is all just falling down, falling down the range. Like there's a lot of green stuff at the top here, isn't there? And then like 2 lost at this on burst, 2 lost green ones at the bottom. But these were weapons already that really weren't about their burst to begin with. Because yeah, I would love them to just compress this burst to be like within a 5% range. Same for sustain. Just make every weapon viable. Why not? Just make everything viable. Let people pick more on like just I like the color of ACR or something. How did this working? Oh yeah. Actually, oh no, we need to do it. I guess so. Let's do the fast hands one as well because I do care about this, especially with max size. I am actually calculating this right here. Okay. I didn't take the lazy way. Because yeah, how this one works is we input the old reload over there. It does the calculation for fast hands out there. And then it brings it back to here and then just feeds it as a number into there. Meaning that if we... Unluckily, I did take the time, yeah, because I use the same one for LMGs. Especially getting this average stacks. Because now, especially, for instance, something like the F2000 can get more stacks. Meaning it can... and it does cap at 40. I am taking the precautions that we don't go over 40, because for LMGs you can, of course, otherwise quite easily. At 60 crit chance, we'll average, instead of 30 stacks, we'll average 36 stacks, meaning we get an average of more reload bonus, and takes us reloads down to actually 1 second. So I'm likely swappings overs to an to a F2000. I feel we need to, yeah. You would think I would learn. I keep copying instead of just Control X, Control V. We can sort this entire range. Data sort range. We're sorting by I. We're sorting by I. Z to A. Now we put our percentages back in. Yay, we are done with ARs. Only SMGs, LMGs, rifles. They didn't do anything to shotguns, did they? Was there even a shotgun in here? No shotguns, no pistols. Okay, so at least it's only 3 pages remaining. Let's actually look at this and kind of analyze what's happening. Let's actually first, let's see some chats coming in. Hey there, Fluffy. Well, strangely enough, though, we're in Google Sheets, so I really Google Sheets at those things, but but yeah, you PowerPointed it out. Yeah, spread the word, spread the word. But yeah, we spread sheets so hard. Some people we say we have spread diarrhea. That was a little bit off-color joke. Enjoy it in the morning. Yeah, let's look at burst. Let's start with burst, where all things start. So yeah, F2000, I already see this is out of the range. So it's basically 2% out of the FAMAS now. This is going to be outside of the range of that 1 crit chance flip. So likely FAMAS is still gonna. I mean, we'll still do the basically. We'll do a build for both of them. Take the stats off of them and do that. G36 is pretty good now. ACR is pretty good now. P416 is pretty good now. All three of them as well are like, especially ACR for ammo economy, because ACR is now like second sustain as well, right? Yeah, second sustain. So ACR for just ammo economy stuff is amazing. Like for the times you want to not run out of ammo, it's close enough to the mid pack. Because now it's basically the F2000 and the FAMAS are just at the top. This one mod is making that difference here. So these two are basically head-to-head. The FAMAS and the F2000 are likely just head-to-head. With the F2000 having also a little bit more sustain. And a little bit more damage per mag, so, but little amounts. We'll have to see them on build, but then F2000 has the option of Shield Splinterer, where FAMAS' named is of course kind of useless in Burnout. So, I mean, it's not useless, but it's not the best. Like a full-on damage talent in the perfect variant versus a utility talent that isn't that great to begin with. But the ACR is pretty good. TKB is still competing, even in its like nerfed or like not nerfed state, but like non-optimized state, which is basically a nerf. If everything else is going up and you're staying behind, it's basically a nerf. Honey Badger, I mean, none of these really got stats changes. The Carbine 7 has dropped pretty low. We need to actually, I want to have a look in Fast Hands, which we'll go to in a second. And yeah, this back of the pack really didn't change much, except that everything that didn't get an upgrade, so the SIG, the AKM, the PDR, and the AUG, Carbine 7 actually as well, kind of. It's almost, yeah, everything that isn't getting a numbers update with this is getting, just because the numbers of the rest is so much higher, it's just not getting. And the Mark 16 just should have gotten a bigger buff. Like, why didn't, because the Mark 16's good? Like, or rifles. I was looking at the right thing there. Because yeah, they got the 10%, right? Which is also, yeah, true, kind of. It is about 10%, but yeah, they could have used more. They're still back of the pack, kind of there. And now they used to have a thing of being good for ammo economy, but why would you not pick ACR now? There's now one at the top there with a low fire rate that you just, you know. So this maybe should have been a 20%. Or even more. Oh, game's like, you haven't done anything for a while. We're kicking you off the servers. In sustain, especially yeah, these two mag ones jumped up a lot, of course. It's surprising how much of a difference actually even that 5% makes, because it jumped up quite a bit. And sustain. The sustainers that didn't do well anyway, they're pretty far behind. And again, it's mostly at the end of here, like it's the Carbine and M4, but they already always did bad sustain, mostly down to their horrible reload speeds. The SIG not getting an upgrade, the AUG not getting an upgrade, the PDR not getting an upgrade, all of them kind of hurt them. AKM is actually still up here, and then TKB is also still up here. So the TKB and the FAMAS still stay viable, and then a bunch of new ones come into the pack. Mag damage wise, I mean, ACR is jumping up a lot. That's kind of it. Oh, F2000s as well. This is actually for a 900 RPM weapon with its low base, but it's mostly because of course, of that 10 extra round. But yeah, that makes F2000 maybe a little bit too good, which was to be expected, kind of. Oh, we didn't do... Let's fix that. We didn't do... mag damage for these. Let's be thorough bitches. yeah, doesn't matter if there's an empty one in there. Actually, no, it will matter because I'm sorting Z to A. It will put an empty one at the top. G. Z to A. There we go. And of course, yeah. Eagle Bearer jumping to the top there. Oh well, was always at the top there. Actually. Oh, no magazine sizes or that base damage is changed here. So yeah, the damage per mag, damage per mag, there was no difference here. Like I did that for nothing. But then the one I always find most interesting, which is fast hands comparisons, because if you haven't noticed ever me playing, although actually nowadays I'm running Oreos and Elmos so often as well that yeah, fast hands isn't showing up as much anymore. But yeah, I'm a fast hands stan. I'm a simp for fast hands. These ACR are already always did well because its base reload is kind of low, or like, especially with its like it was middle of the pack. Now it's kind of gone to the top, and this kind of tells a story for me, which is that yeah, these four. 2000 and ACR being two new ones are joining the TKB and the FAMAS at the top. G36 doing okay for itself as well. G36 was always middle of the pack. Now it's like the top of the middle of the pack. P416 jumped up by quite a bit. CTAR is actually doing okay here, which yeah, is actually not too bad because it's also a very accurate weapon. Like CTAR is very much the most accurate one. And yeah, the Carbine 7 and the M4 have moved down so far down the pack that they're the ones falling out now, kind of. And yeah, the back of the pack is still the same. So F2000, ACR, and G36 are very much viable now. M4 and... Because yeah, in all of these, the M4 and the Carbine 7 just not having gotten buffs. The M4 is just falling behind a bunch of stuff. Like, why would you pick this M4 when you could have an ACR, which has better ammo economy, has around the same accuracy base kind of thing? Or as well, the F2000. The F2000 is also very accurate of a weapon. The ACR has a jump around. Like, it has a much more of a stagger shot kind of thing, a scatter shot kind of thing. But when its numbers are that much better, and I'm okay with that, like making people farm new weapons. Although I would just say it's just make this range. Like now it's like 15.5%, especially on burst. Just bring every weapon inside of like 5% of each other. Just fiddle with the numbers till it does that. That would be fun. Hello, what new exotic in the PTS? The gear for next season isn't in this PTS. This PTS is only for changes that they're doing to current existing items. So there's going to be a second phase of a PTS in January, so a while from now. It's a whole year away, guys. We have to wait a whole year so we can get PTS stage 2 in, like, what was it, 19th of January, I think it starts. That will have the gear of the new season. So that will have the exotics, the new brand, the new gear set, and the exotics, weapons, and gear and stuff. So that none of that is in here. It's only changes in this one. As I'm catching up on, yeah, way old chats, but yeah, I was distracted. I'm all up in that sheet. Yeah, I think the ACR is kind of actually maybe out of line here. It's a little bit too high, especially for a weapon that has much better ammo economy than everything else around it. it still loses out on burst by enough that you won't pick it if you really need the damage output. But for general play, I'm okay giving up, like going from 660 of a FAMAS to a 640 of a ACR if I can have much better ammo economy, like much better, like much better. Because ammo economy matters too. Because especially as well, ammo economy feeds into the firing time as well. And firing time matters too.
Tell what sort of system tolerances we're playing with.
Because I think I would say the big losers in here are especially the Carbine 7 and the M4. Both of them not getting upgrades. The FAMAS was already so much ahead that it was fine with how it was. But especially now as well, if you want fast hands, grab an ACR, grab a G36, or grab a P416. Like all three are kind of gonna do that to the same effect, kind of, that the old M4 and Carbine 7s did. Especially as well on, I mean, on sustain and on sustain, yeah, the Carbine 7 and M4 were always horrible. But yeah, they were still, their burst made up for a lot of it. But yeah, now why would you not pick an ACR for that task? Although, of course, both the ACR, the G36, actually the P416 isn't, right? This P416 isn't the scatter shot. No, P416 is. So scatter shot, one of the things that all ARs kind of have, or like is in the AR things, there are two types of fall off. Let me actually bring the game up big. There's two types of fall off. One is, because we have that in those sheets, I just put the start of the optimal fall off, which is that on that line, like over there. As I wasn't showing the mouse, but yeah, on the damage drop off, like where it starts and where it ends. Some weapons have it like this, where it starts here and then ends at 100. And other weapons have it like this, where they have a start point and an end point, both set, and it isn't up to 100. All of the ARs that have this mechanic of it going up to 100, which is that, which is the AUG, which is the G30 falls as well, and the G36 is as well. Yep. Any others? Actually, SIG isn't, right? PDR isn't. Mark 16s definitely aren't. All of the weapons that are like that go to 100, all have a kind of a scatter shot approach where they also shoot jump to the left. The AUG very noticeably, the G36 and the P416 less so. They do have jumps to the left, but not as much as the rest. And all of them have basically a much worse accuracy than anything else. So everything that has this, which is kind of like a noticeable thing of when they implemented it, but yeah. And then, yeah, especially as well, if you're choosing between an ACR and an ACRE, go with the ACRE. ACRE is, for all intents and purposes, just a better ACR. And it's very noticeably so, especially in their accuracy. The only cool thing about the ACR itself is that you can have this super silly skin on it, which I do like how horrible that skin is. But the ACR doesn't have that, so that you know. I mean, still a lot of people promote even the ACR. In the AR category, all of them were, I mean, they still will be. They're all within like 10-15% of each other. Just don't pick any of the like super low ones, especially on burst. And
is there enough redundancy?
Totally.
Hoping Nintendo makes weapons like RPK viable. I mean, RPK and stuff was already viable. The thing that LMGs always had is you can't use them as general play stuff because they'll suppress. So if you're not in trying to find this, in a team that is coordinated, you're gonna be suppressing stuff. But a buff that big, I'll take some suppression stuff. Also, the reason I'm always usually like, I never really noticed how bad LMGs are until I started using them in open matchmaking and stuff, is I'm a Fire Eclipse main. So teammates of mine were already always rocking LMGs because they're pretty good, actually. Always have been. The sentiment that a large part of the community has of never LMGs is I just go, okay, boy. Pat them on the head. Go have fun. You're not even worth my time. Let's do the same again, once more with feeling to SMGs. I should have all SMGs. Now watch me have not one of the SMGs or something. SMGs have about the same as ARs, so it'll take a bit as well. Oh, we need to make a build. Actually, no, we don't, because we took out the friend list and stuff. Until we reach rifles, it's fine. Because if I equip an SMG... Oh, yeah. Wait, there it says amplifies weapon damage. Did they not change the wording in-game? Because talent-wise, the wording that they put on the patch notes thing made it look like it was going to go to plus weapon damage. Like they specifically took out the word amplifies in the patch notes, but not here. So we do need to test that as well eventually. Likely we'll leave some testing for tomorrow. I kind of just want to get these numbers done. Maybe play around with some of the stuff and then yeah, not do too much shit in one go. Yeah, let's just get started. She only has an MP5 in her inventory, so actually, yeah, I need to equip that MP5 and see if I'm 100, just to make sure. Yeah, mostly as well that, yeah, that just in this specialization I do have SMG, which I do, turns out. And yeah, the reason I'm hitting 100 is that makes seeing what the base weapon damage is so much easier. We'll take, actually let's check first if the numbers are all the same. So these base weapon damages, because which weapon types got which weapon types got so this got weapon damage, 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 this got weapon damage. Oh, it's, why would you put the replica in here? For a second I thought they had put the other one, because there's another UMP45 famously. It's in the expertise things. I was like, wait, did they put that one back in? I don't even remember. It's military or something, or it's just UMP45 maybe. It's just like it's without yeah, let's just start there. AUGs, that's the same. That's the same. Banshee's only one thing. MP5s. MP5 51.7, 51.7. MP5N, MP5ST, MP5A2. Don't have an A2. I do have a... Oh no, I do have an A2. 51.7. So those are all the same. MB7. Oh, actually, well, MP7 is just one category. T82s. Wait, I only have the black market? I don't have the police? It would be here, yeah, next to this one. Okay, so I'm missing a weapon to farm. Although, yeah, I wasn't keeping all SMGs, but yeah, these kind of things I should actually have them all. SMG 9s, I do have both. And yeah, so 77.6. Actually, wait, so these were the same, right? They're not, but they shouldn't be as well, because one of them is a 2 mod, one is a 3 mod. Tommy gun and these two also shouldn't be the same, so it's worthless for me to check there. They'll have their own numbers. There are separate slots anyway. But yeah, especially the ones that are the exact, currently the same base damage. Where's the tactical? Oh, where's the police? I mean, just to make sure, because I'll only grab one of each type. So I'll grab an AUG, I'll grab a T-82, a Banshee. PP-19s aren't getting any changes. That's weird. None of the vectors are getting any changes. I'll grab an N, MP7. P90s aren't getting any changes. MPXs aren't getting any changes. I'll still take an MPX just to check against the spreadsheet, actually. Let's take a P90 as well for the same purpose. Same for the PP19. I should take one of each vector as well. Take a Slayer. That's one of each. Which exotics are in here? None, right? Because yeah, that's a vector, that's a P90. This is a Banshee. Lady Death. This is MPX. So these three shouldn't, but this one maybe does. Let's look at that one first. Lady Death. Although yeah, this is also a grade 10 one, but we can just go off of the base damage here. Lady Death. Although it's getting a rework basically to its talent, which I mean, will it work? Not really. No exotics. Nice. That saves some time. We don't have to do the two of them. I don't actually know why I'm kind of still keeping my inventory kind of in line, because this isn't my real character. We can literally deconstruct literally everything and literally not care. Literally. I said literally so much it lost all meaning. Literally. Literally lost all meaning. It's all weapon damage and RPMs, right? Yeah. Oh no, this is getting a max size. Okay. Yeah, let's just start somewhere. Go from there. Let's stop dilly-dallying around. AUG. Actually, let's go down this list this way. I keep jumping around. No, that's better. Yeah, let's just do it that way. I have them all in my inventory anyway. So we'll start there. So we'll copy the one from ARs already. We'll copy basically this over and just empty it out. Wrong place of tab. So because it doesn't matter, neither to do. We'll just plug this one at the top and delete all that and make it just white. Just stats is 155. 155, 139, because we're on 100 weapon damage, it just happens. And then we need the old stat here. And then we need to have this be the new stats, 77,569. Well, that is the cleanest 10% we've ever seen. And it is the 10%. We won't do the Slayer, it's not on this list anyway. But yeah, one clean 10% for once. Instead. The ones that are always a little bit more or less. Next up, the gun of the Tommy. Tommy, I got your gun. I got your gun right here, Tommy. We'll copy this over. We'll copy this over. Wait, why was Tommy gun always so much lower? Oh, because that's a much higher RPM. That's how little I use those guns. I didn't even remember that one of them had, at least, well, I don't use the M1928 is the thing. Like, I have used the Tommy gun from time to time just because shits and giggles. 949. Well, it's at least it's 9.9%, meaning it's close enough to 10% for them to call it 10%. We'll input the new number here, 60974. The reason I'm not linking them together, I might just copy this over. If it stays all the same going into the game, I can just copy them over as is, just from this one to the old one. SMG9, it's the normal one, right? This one, which does not have a muzzle, which one is it missing? No, it's missing a rail slot. What did they say they did to all of these? They said they have given them plus 50 RPM. Okay, so that's, we can just check their base weapon damages if it's truncated right way. Let's check the other one right away as well. This will input both. 49.8. Where is it? You're over there. 49.8, yeah, so those line up. RPMs 875, and 875. So, oh, we should already as well start making stuff green so we know what we've changed already. I'm gonna change both at the same time just to save time. So 875. Man, both of these two shot up so much in their sustain that it's... Although, of course, you're giving up 15 crit chance with them. Or 15 crit damage at the very least, even if you're going like... PP19s, nothing has happened to them. 59.7, 700 RPM, 53 rounds. Our PPs are staying exactly the same size. Max size, I mean, of course. Don't report me. T80 somethings, T82s, 10 weapon damage. Okay, so we need this old number. This number is getting changed. We're gonna take this calculation, put it over here. We're gonna equip the weapon and we're gonna input whatever is here, which is 146,865,865, which is an exact 10%. I'm surprised always that on SMGs, they seem to be hitting those 10% or like whatever number they state a lot more consistently. I wonder if there is a cause for that or something, because on ARs, they never do. On ARs, they go like, we've added 10%. It's 11.1. Or it's 11.6, 9.9, 4.9 instead of a 5, and stuff like that. But on SMGs, they just 10% just flats. Although of course not there. That would be too easy. Okay. That's not, yeah, that's pretty good actually. It's my, yeah. Well, let's see what they did to the UMP as well. Also 10%. So might be interesting choices. P90. Let's triple check that they, just as with the our PPs, our P90s are the exact same still. Yep. MPX. Exact same still. Yep. 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 Even reload. Even reload. Baby. Let's get the umps in. Ump. 40. They did a weapon damage thing, right? Yeah. This. Put it here. Put the old over here. Let's not divide by 0. Let's not be fools that divide by 0. And we take the in-game damage number, which is 144,608. Almost 10%. 9.8% is not 10%, guys. There is a difference there. But yeah, close enough. Where does this put this next to the... Okay. We need to, of course, I'm inputting them in the first thing, which is sustain. I always have a sustain burst and then damage per mag on these. Just because I want to promote that, yeah, you should at the very least look at sustain. It's not the most important stat, but you should look at it. Just look at it. Look at what you've done. Look at the sustain you'll do in a second. Well, put those there as well, just so we remember it's plus 50. Yeah. MP5s. Hey there, Fatal. And yeah, that is something a she would say maybe at some point. Although a he did in fact say it, so. And together they will say it together. MP5. As I'm losing my mind by looking at way too many numbers after being way too tired after yesterday, but it's fine. We'll just slog through it. I'm assuming they did actually. They put mag size only. Okay, so I'm jumping right away to doing mag calculations, but to doing this calculation. But that stayed the same. Yeah, 51.7, 51.7. So it's a mag size of +6. Kind of. Why wouldn't you take this to what? Why wouldn't you take this to 60? Make it +8. I should definitely put that there because who would never remember 52? So yeah, this is now 58. Is it 58? It is 58 as well. Checking with the game. Wait, so yeah, I mean that is a decent amount of extra sustain. So you know what? I won't complain. I'll take the gain and I won't complain. Oggs got the F2000 treatment, right? RPM and damage. So they have now 750. 750. I'll just take that in there. Very good. 750. And we'll take their base, put it there. Take this, put it here. turn this green. And let's turn this into a different number. Oh wait, I didn't input the UMP. Let's do that. I am actually losing my mind. 72304. Holy! UMP jumped up by a lot. Wait, is this a is? No, right? No. Because is this actually... Yeah, 72.3. This jumped up by a lot. This puts it at the head of the pack on sustain, making it one of the better ammo conservation choices in SMGs. But let's see what the AUG does. We need its damage numbers. It is equipped. It is 127. 127. 120. That is a 9.9% increase. Yeah, it's the same amount as that one in increase. They were consistent there as with the Tommy gun. 9.92%. Too many points. And yeah, this becomes now this new number, which is 63560. 63560. That jumped up a lot as well. We'll have to see them on burst, but already on burst I can see that AUG's doing really okay. All of a sudden. Still has only that 45 round mag, so that hurts it, but you know. Banshee got a buff. Why did Banshee get a buff? Like, Banshee was already one of the top ends. Yeah, got a base damage. That was all it got, right? No, it got plus 50 RPM as well. What? What? Why though? Why they?
Talking to the gear doesn't make it work better, but it doesn't either.
Yeah. So 950. We'll turn both of these green. Script. It gives us 105. 105. 558. Well, of course, I mean with Oreo, it's a moot point. This number of the Oreo is so inhumanely high. Like, they could literally give a vector plus 20% and it would just still wouldn't make it. The burst of the Oreo. And of course, it could have a talent on top of it, and that with the talent on top, it might make it. If it got a 20% buff to a vector, which I mean, they're not gonna do. You would think, you would hope. Yeah. So yeah, we need to see this in burst because it's much more of a burst weapon. But that is quite a big increase. Although it's less. The thing is, they're adding absolute values to rate of fire, so it really depends on how much rate of fire you already had. Because if, like, for the G36 and P416, where its new RPM is 800 versus its old of 750, it's like a 6.6%. For this weapon, it's being the new number being 950, dividing that by the old percentage, or the old number gives us 5.5%. I mean, it's a percent less. It's a percent 0.1 less. But I mean, that is still less of a buff. So adding absolute values, like, it gives diminishing returns in effect it gives the same way as it would in adding 50 weapon damage. If you had 900 weapon damage and you added 50 weapon damage, that's the return you would see. In your actual increase at the end. MPX. Got +5 weapon damage. So weapon damage thingies again. Let's get this old number there. It's already prepare its new number to be green. Let's equip one. Yeah, this is the reason I do keep one of each weapon. Why my stash is always so full. It does come in handy from time to time. Because who watches the Watchers? Well, I don't. Because I just make spreadsheets out of them. So the new number is 50, which is also again not a full 5%. So it's 5302. It is a decimal. How is this? That's weird. We're likely getting a truncated number actually there, which shouldn't be the case. How are we getting a... That is interesting. Like they updated these numbers. How are they still with a decimal? Whatever. I don't ask the questions. I just input the data. And then I ask the questions afterwards. Because yeah, we're getting a 0.5. All of these numbers in game should really be only ever even numbers. Because if you have odd numbers like this one, it's going to give a 0.5, of course. But whenever you multiply a number by 2, shock, horror, and warning, you go to an even number. That's how math works. And then from that point on, so how are we getting a decimal number here already? Which means that it's like a 0.5, or it's likely a point, like it's not even a 0.5 or something, because even that would give a, oh yeah, it would have to be a 0.5 to give an odd number. Let's not think about how messed up some things are. We have remaining the vectors. All three should not have been changed. Let us make sure they aren't. Vector 9mm is, oh actually no, this is the attack vector. 42.3, 40 points, yeah, like 40.4, 40.4, and 37.1, 37.1, yeah. No mag changes, right? 39 rounds, 45 rounds, and 53 rounds. That's all the same. RPM would be obvious if it was changed. Yeah, so that's all of the SMGs, which is one less than the ARs. We can tell from that one being one shorter. Although it has more variants, so it still lines up. Yeah. Let's just start doing the thing with them.
Yeah.
That was... His voice was very loud in game all of a sudden. It was like, is someone standing next to me saying hi all of a sudden? So, what? We have to cut out the percentages. You would think I've done this before.
Really have been taking a beating.
But the joke is actually, I've done it before and every time I forget. We are sorting by column I. From Z to A. And we're putting these back in. What a surprise! All the reds, all the green stuff, just all of the green stuff just like Tetrised its way up, like inverse Tetrised its way up. Quelle surprise! Yeah. Uh, when you buff all you want, but you don't buff what you need. But yeah, if you buff some things and you don't leave other things, that's unintentionally a nerf to the rest. So we paste that here, and then we do this, right? Right. We take out the percentages again. Okay, and then we sort this range. By H.
Yeah, whatever it takes is fine with me. Okay, I just want to get it resolved ASAP.
Did I do that right? I don't think I did that right. I think I didn't. I mean, like vector. Yeah, no, I didn't. God damn it. I mean, it's a minor thing, but yeah, we didn't go all the way up to optimal, which really doesn't matter. Really, let's fix it right while we like remember. Because I might be copying, if they don't change anything really over, I'll just copy whatever, like all the work we've done here already. It goes into the game like this. So yeah, let's do it right, which means redoing this part.
If you notice activity, report it to the nearest JTF member.
H.
Do not intervene
There we
or risk
go.
causing potential harm to yourself.
Oh, that's not. That wasn't correct.
Hey.
What? No. Fumbling. Control X. Control V. There we go. Where are these? Why are they moaning? Let's stop it. It's against TOS. Just hear moaning in my ear of just NPCs. Just, were you guys? What was Damien Snow doing with that lady? Yeah. Walk away. You better walk away. So. Surprisingly, or unsurprisingly, Banshee's taking the new top slot here. Og is actually moving up so high that that's good. That's usable. MPX is dropping down. Vectors are still actually doing fine, basically. Vector 45 is kind of... Their downside was never their burst, but now other weapons being so close to them, I would definitely pick a Banshee over a Vector 45 for all use cases, except like very minor things.
It's hard getting components.
Surprising that MB5 is just, yeah, I mean...
That everything holds up.
Like, they never did work that good on their bursts. They gave them a mag size increase of 6. Like, what? I mean, it's kind of what the same thing that they did to the CTAR, right? Like, but still. It's weird that they didn't... Like, they got a change, but they didn't move up. And yeah, the T82s were always kind of horrible. Because if I actually look in game... Is it T82s? Wait, we didn't put the new number, right? That's what's going on there. Yes, okay. I'm like, this can't be right. Like, this got a buff. Like, they were always towards the bottom of... Did I do it anywhere else? Let's double check. So that one's okay, that one's okay, that one's okay, that one's okay. This one's okay. This one's okay. We forgot the TH. Because I was gonna say this got a buff. How is it still at the bottom? The answer is my mistake. It is completely my mistake. 7-3 432. We also should actually copy this over to here. Yeah, we need to resort both of them because it started with the burst. H, Z to A, sort. It's still last place? What? But closer. Okay. I was like, I was expecting it to jump up or something, and she's still last place. Yeah. But yeah, unsustained, it should have moved up. You would think. It's middle of the pack there. Let's see. See where it goes. Now we're sorting by I. I. We're sorting by I. There we go. Jumped up like a few places. I jumped up a bunch of places. Actually, a lot of. Because it always did okay on sustain because it's one of the faster reloads. Like only the MP7 really reloads faster. But yeah, it always did horrible on burst, and that actually hasn't changed. Still the bottom of the barrel. And this is a pretty big range, although of course most of it is down to the vectors always. Like there's a big jump here, and then there's a big jump like between the mid and the bottom of the pack. But at the very least, we've gotten all of these in. Let's put it into mag damage as well. What are we sorting by? We are sorting by G. There we go. Did I do that right? Yeah. So 15, 15, 22, yeah. Yeah, for a second there, I thought I'd forgotten to do it right with optimal. Oh, yeah, and then let's do the fast hands one as well, which means doing this, doing this, and then the reloads go over here. Now we got this out. And we sort by I. There we go. Okay, so we got all of those in together. I'm briefly just checking as I just got a few DMs. No, nothing that needs instant replies. I'll leave them for now. Yeah, let's actually analyze. Actually, let me check if there's a ad currently running, because that's also sometimes people get pissed by that. That's not. So we have a big block before ads run against it. Let's look at burst first. Burst first. So the Tommy gun going into these. Kind of have to give the Tommy gun the same treatment of trying to see if we put Cheska in a... Although no, because the Banshee's here. The Banshee being there, this Tommy gun isn't worth it still. It's got a big buff, but also, yeah, the Banshee got a big buff, so still going to be behind that. MB7 is still not going to be great because, yeah, again, Banshee's above it. It does basically the same thing. Oh, it's other MB7 and stuff. So MB7, P90, PP19, all are actually pretty good weapons for leveling. And it's okay to have some weapons be like that they're more useful for leveling and stuff than they are at endgame. Having 3 of them is a bit much, but and the reason for that is they all have their mag, like their mag mods are already large. So when you're leveling, you don't have all of the mods for weapons. So having some of the, but then yeah, the MP7 with the buffs that the Banshee got, it is 1 less base damage, which is, I mean, it's basically the same base damage. It's truncated as 50.3k. They have the same RPM. And then the Banshee has a 52 round mag where the MP7 has a 40 round mag. They do, of course, have wildly differing reloads, with the Banshee's reload being much higher at 2.4. But yeah, that won't matter when you have 12 rounds more. Because even on sustain, is the Banshee that much higher? Or is the MP7 that much higher than the Banshee? No, not even. Like a tiny amount more. They're within 2% of each other on sustain anyway as well. So yeah, why would you not ever pick the Banshee over even a buffed thing? And then yeah, the AUG is jumping up to here. Especially one thing we don't account for here, these are the hard stats. So there are hard stats to weapons and there are soft stats to weapons. Hard stats is very much the burst, the sustain, it's their bases, RPMs, max sizes, reloads and stuff. Then there's a lot more soft stats, which is much more as well, like accuracy, stability. There are hard values for them. We don't really have access to those hard values and how they're set. We just have those bars, which really don't show anything, because the firing pattern and stuff matters as well. And the AUG is pretty accurate and has pretty good stability, especially compared to, for instance, a Banshee. So it being so close to it on burst, surpassing it most likely on sustain, yeah, by a lot. AUG's pretty good. Its max size is still tiny. Well, tiny. 5 less. Well, 7 less than the Banshee, 5 less than most of them. So. And again, like kind of in the sustain, it's very clear. All of the weapons that aren't getting buffs are getting left behind. Here as well, like, it's a little less obvious, but yeah, everything is green has moved up. Basically, just all of the greens have, just, I mean, of course, they've all gotten buffs. There's been no nerfs. But in effect, that's a nerf to other things. Because the MPX being down here, the Banshee is, like, just better. The MPX and the Banshee kind of were fighting for top spot, with usually the MPX being about the same, but then just having a little bit more optimal range. So most people pick that. Now the Banshee having a lot more burst. Like I should pick a Banshee over the MPX, because if you need that optimal range, why are you using a SMG at that point? Also, it doesn't really matter having that extra optimal range, because most of the times we're putting MPXs and stuff into Hunter's Fury. So that's locking you already to its optimal range of 15, or well, its talent range of 15. So In SMGs, yeah, Banshee is the clear winner. AUG is a clear winner. Or like clear winner from like the buffs that they gave it. And in the category, yeah, Banshee's moved to be the top high end. Although of course Oreo still like trounces all of them in everything. It's like it's top sustain by like 60k on base stats. It's top burst by like 150k above even the vectors on base stats and stuff. So yeah. Let's go to damage per mag as well. And kind of here, the AUG being so much higher here as well is, yeah. Like the AUG is now the ACR or the new ACR. Well, like the new ACR is in the AR category, the new AUG is if you want a little bit more accuracy, stability, and also a little bit better economy. But so is the UMP actually, because yeah, the T82 and the UMP are usually the two that gets picked for their mag economy. The UMP still doesn't compete in burst. It is doing okay in sustain, I'm gonna guess. Yeah, it's pretty okay actually on sustain, meaning its range is pretty good, or it's like the value between its burst and its sustain is pretty good. And it's having really good mag economy, ammo economy. That's usable. This is usable. It being so much higher than everything around it. And yeah, MP5, its buff that it got really didn't help it much, because it's still like Maga only, of course, goes into sustain. It doesn't go into burst. So, but even looking at its sustain, it just moved up a little. Like that's not a big deal. Yeah, it's weird. The T82 is still like, why would you still use this when the UMP is there? That's always the thing, of course. Like you have to compare. You have to have a better choice, because if it's the best choice, if it's just low damage and stuff, but it's like the best choice for something. But the UMP basically beats it on everything. So, and yeah, the SMG 982 actually also really didn't get a. I mean, it's better, but it's not enough better to be worth it. But yeah, AUG, Banshee, both of those really moved up. MPX still competes. Actually, no. Nah, actually doesn't. Actually, no, it doesn't. Not against the Banshee. So yeah, Banshee, where MPX was. Although, of course, Oreo over everything. Oreo needed no buffs to be still the king. Let's actually go into fast hands. What happens when we fast hands it up? Banshee. Does the no? It's funny that the MP5 even got its extra mag size, helping with a few more stacks, especially of course. Yeah, it still didn't really move up in these rankings. But the MPX, the thing was always Banshee and MPX were next to each other here. But yeah, again, AUG and Banshee. UMP 45 is doing well as well, because it has a super long reload. If I remember, it's like 2.4 or something. Maybe even 2.5. Where is it? It's 2.3. It's actually shorter than the Banshee. Yeah. But yeah, the Banshee, of course, because of that as well, is the clear winner here, because it has one of the longest reloads. Yeah, Fast Hands Banshee and the Fast Hands AUG. I'd take those. No. And yeah, the MPX has actually lost out. Where the FAMAS in the AR category is still likely competitive, the MPX is actually, yeah, just not that relevant anymore. Interesting. So that's our SMGs done with all of the upgrades and stuff.
Entering safe area.
I'm thinking of leaving LMGs for last because it'll take the longest, and it'll kind of like I'll slog through it if I have to, and then just end it afterwards, kind of thing. Let's do rifles first. Yeah, let's do rifles first because rifles will be shorter, and then I'll just bite on a piece of wood and just bang my head against the. Oh yeah, I forgot about rifles here as well, of course. So that it's that I went kind of out of it with big mags and or putting something else there. Could make a short. Yeah, what's the handiest?
Thank you for your cooperation.
Did any of them get mag size increases, or is it all weapon damages? They're all weapon damages. We can just copy it over. We will do the calculation once and copy it. The reason in here where there is so many rifles is with rifles, with LMGs in a second as well. There's like multiple variants for each one as a stat, because you can either put a big magazine in there that alters, especially in sustained. In burst, of course, it's just that. So actually, we'll fill in the burst one. Yeah, let's fill in the burst one, and then we'll copy that one over to the other ones. But yeah, in sustain, you can either have no mag, or like have a, plus crit damage mag, or plus stability mag, or something. Or you can have the big mag, and that, of course, each of them has different sustains, and it kind of matters. So yeah, we'll just fill in this burst one. We don't have fast hands anyway as well, so we only have 3. And then we'll just copy it over to the other ones. It'll take a little bit, but we can do that. But yeah, actually, I need a bio break for a second. About to make a wet floor, which I wouldn't recommend. Yeah, I'm gonna jump to a bio break. I'll be right back. I'll run ahead in the meantime. We'll be right back at it.
The base of operations is on high alert. Civilians must undergo a body search to gain access to the safe area.
As yeah, I am back from my glitchless speedrun of a bio break with flesh percent, with fleshing and washing your hand percent. Let me catch up on chat actually here. It's any rip vectors. I mean, they're still doing okay actually. Like they're fine. Although actually no, they're not. I mean, they're as fine as they always were. The MPX is now such a beast that it will likely eat up that category, but that category was already eaten up by the Oreo. So, Any advice for somebody new coming to Division 2? A billion advices. But starting out, just take your time and go through and enjoy going through the campaign. If you are someone that kind of likes exploring and the looter shooter mechanics of Division, you'll very much enjoy your time. First time through, especially if you're into stories and stuff of games, do play the entire campaign through. It'll be first time run through, let's say 25 to 30 hours of base game, and then a further like 10 hours of Warlords of New York. And one thing that I might recommend as well is if you kind of enjoy the game, the real end game now at this time is with the expansion. Kind of is the case with a lot of games in the same style. So if you kind of find yourself enjoying the game, keep an eye out maybe for, if you didn't buy it with Warlords of New York, keep an eye out for sales if it comes up. Because most of the player base is at level 40, which requires the expansion. And the expansion in itself is kind of worth it as well. So moves the story along, is a decent chunk of content, and then as well just drops you into the real end game where most people are. The other one is at World Tier 5, which was the old end game, is it still has some people there, but not as many as level 40. But yeah, just take your time, go through it. Explore, loot, do the things you like. If you like going fast through games, that's fine too as well. Just heads down and get to the end, if that's your thing. For some people, that is. So they like going fast through stuff. And once you reach end game, try to first get at least a build together that you kind of works for you. Most of the meta builds are so meta that they kind of work for everyone anyway. Once you have a build together, try to find a goal. You'll likely know better than anyone else what you kind of want to do. Do you want to do all of the story things? Do you want to get into raids? Do you want to just play with people? Find the goal, see where... There's usually a lot of places where you can kind of ask of like, okay, I want to get into raids. What do I need? There's a lot of guides as well for them. And you can just use those and just go like, okay, if I want to raid, I'll need like at least like this kind of build and this kind of stuff. Gives you something to do. And then just go from there. I'm actually, Jariel gave the same advice kind of, which... doesn't sell for like this. I got it. Oh, nice. Yeah, and it's well worth it. So, and leveling up. Try to keep an eye on like the mechanics and stuff, but also don't overdo it with trying to make a build. Usually is the recommendation as well. You'll level your stuff up pretty quick, but yeah, take your time, read through what the brand sets do as their bonuses, what some of the talents do and stuff. That kind of stuff you can do already while leveling in. But don't try to go out of your way to get gear and stuff specifically. Just go through the missions, equip the best you have, make the best of what you can. The game up to end game is set to story anyway, which is the lowest difficulty. It still can be a challenge at times. It'll still kill you here and there. But yeah, it's not like that you really need to go out of your way to loot or level or stuff too much. Although you need to be the level of the missions. The missions do allow you to go into them before you're level to them, but yeah, try to be the same level as the mission. Just makes it easier so you can do and get some side missions done and stuff. Yeah, let me actually continue because I went on to Prattle and stuff, but that was also because I'm putting off starting on this one because we did 2 of them already and my brain is already kind of fried and I started making mistakes anyway. Let's put our SMGs back. Let's grab some of our rifle collection. I have no idea why I'm trying to keep this kind of organized still. Although, I mean, if I grab a different character by accident or by accident. or something, and I still need a specific weapon. She has ACR M1A. Those will do for the other ones as well, Mark 17. Okay. So, rifles. Let's start at the bottom. UCS, MDR, UIC, 18 something. The named version will be the same. Oh, actually, we need to check if, again, so stage left and SOCOM still are like different values. The SOCOM has the same base value still. Let's actually show bases. But has 30 RPM more, which is something that they just like never fixed. And the oh wait, did they fix this? No. Why wouldn't you fix this? Guys, come on. So the M1A CQB and the SOCOM M1A could be the exact same weapons on their stats. They're basically the same weapons anyway. The CQB is actually as well kind of a little bit more stable, actually. But the SOCOM didn't, the last time they did a damage buff, they didn't give it to the SOCOM. They did give it to the M1A CQB. So now the M1A CQB is just a better SOCOM M1A. That's also whenever you see someone recommending a SOCOM M1A, just laugh at them and go like, what are you doing? Why are you? Stop lying. Actually, we'll put the Virginia back there. We'll grab the other one. I feel that is all of them. No, SIG. Where's SIG? There's no SIG in there. Because yeah, we have the 3-mod SIG, which is the artist tool, but we also have a 4 like the SIG. Because yeah, this one is the same as Everlasting. And she already had ADCRs. Yeah. So we'll assume for now, just for quickness, that all of the variations have the same level of increase. Indeed, Xander, we are playing Indeed. Spreadsheet, the game. Hey there. I have come here to alter spreadsheets and chew bubble gum. And does anybody have some gum? I'm kind of sick and tired of altering spreadsheets already. Could a man have his gum? Is a man not entitled to the gum in his hair? What? Why is there gum in your hair, dude? We need to alter our build. I just need, what do I need? I need a blue core. I just need a blue core. But that'll do, right? Also, specialization, I'm gonna guess I don't have. Yeah, so respec element goes to, or actually it was still rifles. Never mind. We won't run into that until we get to LMGs. Never mind. It's fine. Because if I equip an rifle, and actually let's put that MB7 away. I should still be 100 weapon damage. 70 plus 30 is 100. Yay! Although you can see it here as well. These two numbers should be the same. That's how that works as well. Because if you're 100, yeah, for those maybe new faces, I said it earlier, but if you're 100 weapon damage, it's quite easy to get the base weapon damages out, because you can turn on base weapon damage. If these two numbers are the same, first you're doing the 1 plus 100% correct. This right number, this orange number, the mouse, I didn't click it. The white number is the base weapon damage, the orange number next to it. Once you turn it on under options, when you go in here and turn on base weapon damage, The other number is what you're adding with all weapon damage and specific weapon damage, not with total weapon damage or anything, not with talents, but just. And by having it be 100, if you go into your stats, your base weapon damage is half of this number. So that's why I'm making sure that I have the same amount. Well, I'll ignore the first part and just read "You so smart." Xander admitted it there. I'm so smart. It wasn't sarcastic at all. There's no /s there. He didn't mean it sarcastically. Wait, we had decided last time we're gonna go through the list as is there from top to bottom, and not what I have in game. Let's grab first from ARs. Let's just grab this again. This new structure we made, we'll put it here. We'll remove the bottom. We'll do that. And we'll delete all of this. Okay. And we can already put this by the USC because that's the first weapon that's going to have alterations. Okay, let's see if I can do this without making a billion mistakes this time. So M1A CQB, nothing's changed. Let's make sure. M1A CQB 156. That lines up. 156.1. Oh yeah, no, it's yeah. That'll truncate to 1. SOCOM 141. That's also correct. Still UCS. That's this one, 107. So yeah, this is the first one. What did they say it's going to be? It's going to be 10% weapon damage. Let's see if they have lied to us to our faces. As we'll input 215.785. Enter. All right, it's a 9.8%, close enough, and we have a truncated number again. Yeah. So yeah, 107.89. 892. Well, won't put any numbers behind the decimals. ACR SS. No changes, right? Wait, did the ACRSS actually? Oh yeah, no, ACRSS was getting buff, right? Yeah, which is weird. ACRSS is already like my preferred weapon in this category for very specific reasons. No, I want the entire cell. Put that there. Grab that. We'll put this here. We'll equip the weapon and going here and right in 203 656 656. Enter. Another 9.9%. Making this 101.828. That's one too many. Actually, how much did that increase it by? Oh yeah, that's a big jump. It went from like best of the rest of these bursts and stuff to like very much one of Let's see if anything catches up. Oh yeah, actually also, yeah, let's already do this and mark these as altered stats. LVOC. The LVOC GBB 110. Okay, let's get a buff. It's not in this list, is it? Am I just blind? No, I feel I'm not blind. Wait, what about the lightweight M4? Because the lightweight M4 also got something, but because Ruthless, Merciless, yeah, no, their base weapon is like AK kind of thing, right? So it's not even.
How we keep some of this stuff working, but we do.
Nope, they're not listed in here. Both of them have different, and they're kind of like 10%-ish. Let's mark these differently then maybe. Let's mark them with that. No, I should have actually first. Yeah. Let's copy both of these over. Or we'll mark them with red. That's fine. Yeah. Well, that there. Start with the LVOC. 220. 220. 220. 204. And yeah, that's a 10% increase kind of thing. Which kind of looked like it already. Lightweight M4. 228666. The number of the beast. Another 10%. Okay. And I'm not crazy, right? Although this, I should go to the official. At some point, I should go to the like just what Ubisoft link. But this is I'm on the Reddit one just because that's easier to find usually. But yeah, it's not listed, right? Or am I just blind? Did they put it under a wrong category? We might see it in a second under like I don't know. Pistols or something. They're very big pistols, I promise. We're not just trying to evade assault rifle bans. Classic M1A. They wouldn't have touched the classic M1A, would they? No, okay. Because the classic M1A is always going to be one of the top dogs in this category just because of its fire rate. Like just because of its fire rate. As long as its damage is good enough. It'll compete in this category just because you don't have to click that much. MDR was a listed change. Plus 20 RPM, plus 10 weapon damage. So 3. Wait, let's actually just grab both of these numbers first and put them here. And then 380. We'll mark both of these as changes. One of these calculation blocks down here. And input 214,938. 938. Oh, spreadsheet, you're letting me down. 214. It didn't take my input, although we'll forget the fact that I wasn't clicked on the browser or clicked in the game, so that's where the inputs went. We'll still blame the spreadsheet for it. It should have known, damn it. What's the point of AI? Of all this AI if we still don't have, if the computer still doesn't do what I wanted to do without me actually doing the thing that it needs me to do the thing that I need to do. If that made sense to you, then good. Could you explain it to me? 1886. No steady changes, right? But let's not believe them outright. Trust but verify. Again, that's the same. Mark 17, that had a state of change. She has everlasting gaze, that's a Mark 17. What was the state of change? It was 25 drop in damage. Okay. Sure. Sure. AKG, Sennheiser, Neumann. Sure. I wonder how many people will get that attempt at the joke. It wasn't the joke, it was an attempt at one. We need this one to be 290158. As we get 145079. Okay. Those jumped up. Six CQB. That's a 6 CQB you got there, man. Yeah, what was the stated? So all of them got plus 25, including Rav. All right. So let's copy this over first.
It's hard getting components these days.
And input CQB right here. 248 248 975. That is pretty close to a 25% increase. We'll pull the number back here as well. 124 487. Resolute plus 20. Yeah, plus 20. Wait, why did the Resolute get less than the... That makes no sense. The Resolute is already behind a lot of other weapons, like behind the SIG, behind the Mark 17. Like it's competing with them and it's getting less of a buff. We can put it in a harmony for its stance. Let's grab this again and grab this and put that there and make this green. And input this number, which is 251. I feel I could be replaced with some OCR software at this point. I feel this is a thing that AI should like make easier in the future. just look at this screen, look at this image, look at this photograph. I don't remember the second line of that Nickelback song. But yeah, and then just input the numbers in the way that like, yeah. Can't we automate my job? Can I become redundant? I would like to become redundant. The other SIGs, the non-2 mods, but the 3 mod SIGs. I feel I always confuse people by the way that I'm so used to only counting crit chance mods because I don't count the magazine size. It's like the magazine slot ever. It's about how many crit chance mods you can put on it. But yeah, because technically this is a 4 mod weapon, but I don't consider the magazine a mod per se. So this should have the same as that. We'll just copy that over for now. And we'll put in 2, 4, 4, 3, 6, 8. And we'll put back in here 1, 2, 2. I want 1, 2, 2. Extra large. Mark 16, M16s. Yeah, plus 30. Oh, good thing I have an M16 to test that with. That claim. So this needs to become green, and we'll input the number, which is 195 475, which is a 30% increase indeed. And we'll feed that back into this, which is 97787. Yeah, we need to sort this in a second. And kind of there's so many changes in here. That leaves one, the UIC, also plus 30.
I agree.
Wait, yeah, that looks as plus 30 indeed. Yes, I'm not trying to click on the error thing. I'm trying to click there. Thank you. This number 267780. Enter. 267780. 777. Uh, 133.8. Yeah, that's not a, that's, I mean, you like a 24.9%. Yeah, sure, call that 25%. Like 19.9%, sure, call that a 20%. This is 26.5%. This is like pretty far off of a 30%. Like 4.5% less. Or 3.5% less. UAC still getting shafted. The UAC was never that good to begin with. It lands its shots, which is a benefit. It is low RPM and it lands its shot. It's very accurate. But it just never made sense on its burst or sustain. 133,890. This literally could have gotten a 50% buff, I think. Because yeah, it's still bottom of the barrel. Yep. So now we have available to us this list. We're gonna start with the burst actually already. I need to cut this, not copy this. And we're gonna sort range by H. Sort range by H. Z to A. UIC did not move. Surprisingly. Um, The interesting thing here is basically everything except the M1As and the 1886s got buffs. The 1886s can do without the buffs because they're as top just base weapon damage. They have a different role completely. Like they didn't need the buff anyway. Classic M1A neither. But Classic M1A has been moved down so far against so many of its competitors, and especially this Mark 16 now, or Mark 17, really looks as like the choice for that maybe, because it still isn't a 300 plus RPM, and 300 RPM is 5 clicks a second. Like it's 5 rounds a second, so it's also 5 clicks per second. So this is less than 5 clicks a second, which most people can kind of do, like consistently and without like hurting themselves. It's going from like 2 to 5, or well, from 3 to 5. Yeah, from 3. This is 3 rounds a second, right? Yeah. To like from 3 rounds clicks per second to just under 5 clicks per second. So that's still doable. And for that, you're gaining much better burst. And also it's in sustain. Like this is much higher just because the reload of the M1A. Now comes the thing of how do I implement this in here? Yeah. They do a full implementation because that's going to take forever. Because I would need to take every stats block of these and then put it in here and then alter the one thing that like this is altering and then leave the other ones. But that is the right way of doing it, right? Is that the right way? Do we care about rifles? The real question here is, do I care enough about rifles to put in the time to do it? At least once we have that one, this one and the mag damage one are the same. Let me catch up actually with chat. Let's see if somebody's scolding me in chat for taking the easy way out. PowerTaste has no function to grab text from the screen. Not sure. PowerTaste has a function. Okay. Yeah. Not sure it will work with games. I think using something like that. The thing is with this, it doesn't happen often enough. Oh, actually, I was on the game the whole time, wasn't I? Whoops. Sorry. We made the chart here. Also, yeah, for those that want to follow along and where I am, let's actually go to the base one. Because I'm updating this. Actually, it's in. Is it DPS table? DPS table. In there, in that folder that I just linked in chat, there is a new file at the end, xx, x.xx, which is usually high, like the PTS does. I'm working in that file, so I can actually as well like give a direct link as well. But it will live in there for a little bit, and we'll likely grab. We'll have to likely do the basic same thing again with. When they actually implement it, because the numbers won't likely always be the same, but at least for the PTS, we can already use this information to kind of deal with it. But yeah, actually, so seeing as I was on the wrong thing earlier, sorry, but nobody yelled at me. But yeah, so we went through, we input all the rifles, all of the bases are in here now. So, and yeah, this UIC is this one I wouldn't say is 30%. 20.6 or like a 26.5% is not, well, let's say 26.6% is not 30%. Not unless you had very bad education. But another question comes, do I take the time to actually implement this into the rifles? Because the rifles, of course, the sustain ones, we have two options there. So I think we do, right? Yeah, let's just do it right. Is there a faster way? Can I just copy this, make it a duplicate, and then just do Big Macs? Isn't that faster? That is likely faster. Because we have Mac, Big Mac, and nothing else, right? And then, yeah, Baker's dozen. We'll forget about the Baker's dozen for now. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. That's actually, that's not a bad idea. So what we'll do is take this, plonk it down here. Yeah. And then also plonk it down here. Why did we only have one less now? Because we should have two less, right? Wait, what? Was there always one missing in here? And which one is it? Or is there a weapon that doesn't take an extended mag? No, right? All of them take extended mags. What? How? Oh, the 1886 doesn't take an extended mag, of course. Yeah, okay, that explains it. I was very confuffled for a second. Because yeah, that does indeed then leave only one. Because yeah, we'll do double that. What I'll do is actually mark all of these with like maybe different gray or something. That's not readable. And then we'll put here. Because this is all temporary anyway. Blue is bigger mag. Make that text white because that's not. Also, you'd think I'd be better at spreadsheeting by now, but I'm not. Blue is bigger mag. Keep the blue ones like this, but then we also actually have to give them bigger mags. So this goes 15, 40, 15, 50. Let's actually do all the 50s first as my fingers are on those buttons. Although now I'm going to confuse myself in a second to which ones I have and haven't done. The exact, you know, that exact thing I just said a second ago of I'm going to confuse myself on which ones I have and haven't done. That exact thing happened a second later. I should listen to that wise man that makes those predictions about dumb things I'm going to do. Except it was I all along. Yeah. We'll keep this one just here. That'll be too much. We have the green ones to show us anyway. Yeah, we just sort this range. We're gonna have 3 A186s. We'll just delete them at the end. Data sort range, advanced sorting options. Let me actually as well just quickly check there that I'm actually on the right thing while I'm talking about this. So yeah, we'll have this. We'll have 3 of these at the bottom. We'll just delete 2 of them and just make it normal gray and just because yeah, we had baker's dozen in the other list. I'm not gonna take the time to add that in. Yeah, that works out. So wait, where's the M1A now versus the rest with Big Mac? M1A. Oof. Okay. Where's the Mark 17 with Big Mac? There and there. Mark 17 has really moved up. Yeah, Mark 17 might be actually now a really good contender. Actually, there's Resolute as well. Resolute is a lot more scattershotty than the Mark 17 though, so Mark 17 will just win out just with being around the same RPM and then being a little bit easier to use. Let's do the same we have done here by taking not in that way, but in this way. We're taking this, we're gonna plunk it right down here as well. We're gonna Control X out this part. Let's actually remove this as well. And we're going to sort this range by G, which is their mag damage. G, Z to A, sort. Plunk it all back. Yep, I need to be... Preferably needed to be a Control X, Control V. There we go. Where's the Resolute? Oh. Game's like, again, you're wasting our time. Bye. Resolute is there. Where's the Mark 17 normal? Because yeah, okay, this okay. That's interesting actually. Yeah, because of it being a 20 round mag, of course. Yeah, so a lot of the rifles just going up in the amounts that they are.
Safe area detected.
They're out competing the classic M1A, but the classic M1A will always still have a place just because people don't like clicking. Because if you were clicking already, you were using like ACR SSs and stuff anyway. And they just got a humongous buff. Mark 17 is likely the new all-round rifle, is my guesstimate. Let's put in the RAV as well, because it's out of these only the RAV had a change, right? We can confirm that. Let me have a look over here. Does instant kit work with firewall heal? No, the instant heals are something completely different. It does work with efficient, but they just seem to be a different thing. So they don't do anything of the specialization. They don't seem to provide bonus to, like, they don't do the slow healing or the multiple amount healing or like the removal of status effect of survival or not survivalist, sharpshooter. or stuff like that, or the weapon handling buff you get from demo when medding. But they do apply with efficient, it seems. So if you have but they seem to be just a 25% heal, just, and then 50 with the other one. And hey there, Banga, and hello. Basically, a lot more guns can be used, or not really. In some cases, yes. Rifles and SMGs seem okay-ish. Basically, everything that got a buff has been moved up a little bit too high, maybe. In AR, it's still the same kind of, especially in burst. Like the F2000, kind of have to see this in a build if it beats the FAMAS outright. It might actually outright beat the FAMAS at this point, though. And then, yeah, ACR, P416, and G36 are big winners. TKB is still usable. And especially M4 and Carbine 7 are in them not getting buffs are relatively losers. But yeah, we'll have to see what the new top dog here is. Because Elmo as well, of course, competes in this category. We'll have to even put an Elmo next to him. But I think F2000, especially Shield Splinter, like Shield Splinter talent was always pretty good. Like that could bring it up to the point of a FAMAS, because that's how much it was behind the FAMAS, basically. A little bit more than that, it was behind the FAMAS, so that's why we didn't use it outright. But then also you are locked into that talent. You can't do Preservation, you can't do Future Perfect, you can't do Fast Dance. In rifles and stuff, it seems, yeah. Because in rifles, for a lot of people, it was just classic M1A and M1A CQB. M1A CQB is still likely the choice as well, actually, if you're okay with the smaller magazine size. If you're outputting a lot, I like the ACR SSs, actually. So, but also I'm okay with 420 RPM. But I think especially the Mark 17 with its 275, just under 5 clicks a second still, is likely going to, like, this would be the one I would recommend to people if they like rifle play. But let's move on to the category that got the biggest of the buffs. Oh yeah, of course. Also, it's going to be the most annoying category to implement because it has everything, including fast hands. But also, where in the rifles we had, at least in the burst end, we just had different magazine sizes, which is what these sustain numbers are based off of, or like matters only to sustain. In LMG, we have the choice of going big mag or going rate of fire mag. And going rate of fire mag, well, like on the MG5 or something, isn't viable, really. It is very much viable on things like the GR9 or even the 100 round mag, M6s and stuff, M60s and stuff, M60 E6s and stuff. That's where that 6 came from. But what we'll do then is actually, yeah, let's do it like this, because if I sort this, yeah, let's do that. So if we sort this range by A, and we go A to Z instead even, yeah, this will put everything next to each other, which will make it a little bit easier. And then we'll go through them. First, I'm gonna drop back all of the rifles I've picked. Oh no! Oh yeah, no. We're gonna go do Mercil. Yeah, we're gonna go look at the exotics. Let's do it by the burst as well. We'll put this here because we definitely have changes. Merciless, Ravenous, no other listed ones. Let's already, and this lined up pretty good. Okay. Well, actually, already, oh, this, yeah, that's not gonna paste correctly, of course. We'll put that one there. We'll put that one there. And then we'll go and get their numbers. Let's first actually check that the other ones haven't been changed. So yeah, Dr. Home. In-game now states 156, which 156.1, which still lines up. Diamondback, 329.1, which still lines up. And yeah, Merciless and Ruthless, both of them. Oh yeah, they didn't forget about the Ruthless. Surprising. Likely for them, the Lullaby and Sweet Dreams thing. And they've forgotten about the Ruthless before in something sometimes. Yeah, let's grab a Merciless. I don't have a grade 0. Although we can. Yeah, we'll just do it. We'll just alter the calculation there. Equip the Merciless. Hello. Merciless equip. Thank you. Merciless. 185 979. So its new base is 92 989 studios. Don't even remember from that what that was. It was like Siphon Filter or something, wasn't it? 989 studios. Rav. Only have a. I tossed away a lot of my Ravs, which was maybe a dumb thing to do. Does the Rav share a base stat with anything else, actually? So 134.4. 134. Or oh, I need the old ones, of course. We've altered all of these. So incur, or actually no, it will be one of the new ones. It's upgraded. Or actually, it states here what its base weapon is. SIGs. Wait, which SIG is it based on then? Because it didn't line up with any of the other SIGs. That's weird. We'll just calculate that fully. So, because losing 20 isn't going to be easy here. So it's 295.
It never ceases to amaze me.
590. Yeah, let's do the easy way. Not sure the folder underlying this, but over here. We'll just grab a back calculator here. 120. Whatever that number was. Where were we? This number. Because yeah, I'm doing lazy calculation way there. Instead of doing the formula there, because the formula isn't that hard. It's just 1 plus, and then it's this number minus divided by that number. So yeah, 134 points. Actually, I can take this formula, right? Oh no, it's the other way around. We'll just leave it. We'll just harden with it. 134,360. Too lazy to like implement it here. 134,360. Here, we'll even do is this just to have those numbers lined up because I'm gonna dislike it out. There we go. Yes. And yeah, it's 134.4, which also lines up there. Wait, did I do it right? 120, right? Yeah. +90 30, yeah. We'll revert our changes here just to leave it as it was. So yeah, that doesn't really change much here. I don't even need to resort them by their burst. Their burst has been moved up, but exotics, as always, are reliant on their talents. I already saw some people playing around with Dr. Home, and yeah, hitting headshots, not that hard. It needs to be like 5 headshots or something before it heals at the very least. But that would actually maybe be harder to use in some ways. So, yeah. Let me catch up here as well. So, actually, all else can be used. No, but yes, but knowing which ones are and aren't, and there being a balance there as well. Like, part of me is kind of, I would much rather them bring, for instance, special ARs, everything a little bit closer to each other, make everything kind of viable. Because they're leaving behind, especially a lot of the guns they aren't buffing. The SIG, the AKMs, the PDRs, the AUGs are just, that were already B tier, now are moving down to C tier because a bunch of stuff now just jumped into A and S tier. And you're just going to have, like, especially for, the game isn't hard, that hard that you need to hard carry like this, but sometimes it is. When we reach, incursion, running an AUG versus a FAMAS might be the difference between getting right in one less phase, less frustration and stuff like that than what you would get otherwise. We need to do this thing to the rest of the parameters. Actually, shit. This one, I don't need to resort. It's already in order. We just need to put the stats in other places. So we're gonna take the stat block like this and move it down here. Take this changes block, put it down here. Because the calculation parts don't care what is here, per se. They just calculate it out for this row. And then what we'll do is do that, grab this stat range and go sort range and do it by G. Z to A. Put our percentages back. Yeah, Ravenous went up by a lot. Ravenous already, of course, is crazy high because it fires 2 shots and has a magazine size to match for it. But yeah. And same up there. And then this as well. There we go. The percentages out, because yeah, we don't want to sort that row because that would break a lot of stuff. And then sort range by I. Ravenous and Merciless swap places because their damage increases. And yeah, this for the rest holds true. Leave it there. The exotics are never really based around their burst and sustains anyway. Ravenous was already good, giving it more. Like, what was it? 25%? Was it actually 25%? No, wait, what? It's only 10%. I mean, that's actually, yeah. It's actually the thing they should do, but maybe they just implement it. Actually, it was under known issues, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it was under known issues that it's only 10%, and they mean it to have 25%. 25% would be a lot. So Ravenous is already good. For the things you need it for. Like, also for the things that it gets used for anyway already. It doesn't really matter how much damage it has. Legendary dogs, Roosevelt. Like, it'll help a little bit there. But for other things it gets used for Razorback and stuff, might need one less shot before you soldier swap, maybe. But it might be generally usable at that. I mean, it's already generally usable. You just don't because it's annoying. Yeah, we got all that. Now we go to the LMGs. The annoying thing as well with the LMGs is when we take this and go back to LMGs and not the other tab and put that here, put this here, here. We're gonna need one of these on every spot. We'll remove these numbers. We'll remove these. Actually, we don't need the second cell here anyway. We'll do that. I'll just literally do this and put these here. And if they did it correctly, all of this is like that. Everything's changed. You get a change, and 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 you. Yeah, everything's getting changed. Even the exotics, although Pestilence didn't. You saw blue screen, they said they didn't. Bullet King likely has. But yeah. Habla Spanish? Do you mean habla español? Un cerveza, por favor. That's about the length of it. And also, then also, Mino. Wait, Mino. No habla español. Yeah. But I do strangely understand quite a bit of Spanish, but barely. There's a lot of Spanish in my environment as I work with a lot of I work with bands and stuff and a lot of Latin bands, so a lot of Spanish and Portuguese as well. So I hear it a lot, but I understand a few words, but also likely not commonly useful words, more like just band stuff. So Iron Lung and those two we can already mark as well because we'll touch up on them. Let's make the preparations here and then we'll just sit there and input right after. That's it. Here we will need that area. Wait, what? What am I? That area. Hello, sir. And delete. Nor this area. Did I delete something else somewhere? No, right? At least seems okay. 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 Yes, we have our task ahead of us. LMGs. I shall grab an M249. Well, actually, what she has already. She already has a bunch of LMGs. What does she have? She has M249. She has a RPK. She has a M60 and MG5. So stash. Hello. We'll grab ourselves. We have that. We have that. We have that. And Negav. I'd actually rather just a normal Negav. MG5 Classic. Actually, I need a different M249 than the one that I have because it's unhinged. It'll show up on its stats. I don't have a classic MG5. Oh, wait, the grab a classic. I mean, classic M60. Why don't I have a classic M60? Because that's the only one missing here, and GR9. I mean, I am moving a lot of my LMGs over to different stats. This isn't military. Yeah, let's go scrounge those because I do know where I have some. I mean, I have them. I just don't have them in the stash at the ready. Unplayable for me today. Time to go version. Oh, are they? I mean, I'm mostly spreadsheeting, so so and that part's going okay. So, there's enough server capacity, it seems, for me to swap weapons. I'm happy. This guy will have a classic M60 within sync. We'll toss that into the stash. I want them on that other gal because she has that build with 100 weapon damage. Wait, does he not have? No, right? He just, yeah. And then I have a steady-handed GR9 on the next lady. And hydroponic. That and I are trying to vaccinate the other one other from. Okay.
Safe
Countdown?
detected.
Have they? What are even the changes to countdown?
Your one-stop shop.
Because the summit basically received nothing, just bug fixes. Countdown actually, yeah, there was something with it. I don't remember what anymore now. GR9. Wait, does she not have that still? Oh, that got moved with a build to character 4. What didn't it? If we're missing one weapon, we'll just take their word for it. So if you, yeah, I'll be me personally. I'll be doing just number crunching for a little bit here. So maybe in a little bit, but not right now. Because once I start doing other stuff, I'm gonna just be doing other stuff. Was I just blind and it's already in here? It's not on her either. Might have just gotten rid of it. It's a weird thing for me to do, but might have happened. We'll go back to the other one. So we're only missing GR9. That's fine. Well, how we? Worst case, I definitely have a GR9 on my other account. It's weird that yeah. Those are what are the changes to countdown?
Entering safe area.
Do.
Day when nobody comes knocking is a good day.
I can just... Let's not... Oh, stability improvements and stuff, right? Like, there's no way of really testing that. Because even if you get close extraction and stuff, like... there is... Yeah. You might just get lucky. You would have to play a lot on there. I mean, you guys, but if you want to spend the whole day on it, like... And yeah, not something I'm even interested in testing until it just comes out and we just notice it or not. Yeah, so yeah, let's grab that M60. Classic M60. Yeah, so why don't I have a GR9? I definitely had one. Like I have one on the build collection, even like on the build still. But yeah, we can already do our most of our. So yeah, we don't want to use our unhinged there because that unhinged is actual weapon damage and will alter this stat. We need to actually check if we're 100, 70 plus 15, which yeah. So this is the point we need to alter. Or we're gonna just go different specialization. Yeah, let's just go gunner.
Drills will be conducted once per week. Please familiarize yourself with the emergency exit.
Let's actually check that. We are 100 now. Let's not just assume it. Yeah, 70 plus 30. And yeah, let's actually go again the way the list is and not the way I have it in my inventory, because that can lead to issues. So M60 is 152. That's a 4. 152 318. And we can just copy that over for the second one. GR9. We will. GR9 craftable? Is it craftable? We'll go see in a second. Infantry MG5 is 103 708. Copy that over. Next up is L86, and yeah, that doesn't have a Why wouldn't I have a... I have a new reliable always in my stash. Or not the new reliable, the other one. The steady-handed one. Or maybe I tossed it with one of my recent cleanings. Or like when this was cleaning.
I can do for you.
The GR9 at least under there is craftable, so that's good. And same for the, yeah, the L86 will be here as tabula rasa. Why am I full with even just a few LMGs in here? Did I? Oh, I still have all the rifles. Let's put those rifles away. Let's actually go and make that there and that tabula rasa. We can optimize them as well because. So there I say we're crafting it there and we're making a tabula rasa as well.
Need help crafting something?
Oh, this is now called tinkering. Oh. So wait, does this now work differently? Like, no. Okay, they just changed the thing there, but it's not actually working still. I only care about this stat. That's the only one that's gonna matter for us now. And that's an expensive optimization. Who would do this? Anybody on PTS, because you have infinite resources, really, if you want to. Because there's an optimization cache that gives you just basically full of all of these, just for testing purposes, of course. Because yeah, nothing of PTS, of course, survives into any future thing. Yeah. So yeah, let's go back to the GR9 then. We have one now. At some points, we need to check as well if anything's got an RPM upgrade, but I have a lot of weapons with rate of fire. I'm just gonna assume for now that they didn't mess with any RPMs or anything. We'll just trust them on that just for speed's sake. 95 810 95 810. Next up was that L86, so we now have that Rasa of the Tabula variant. 143 292. Enter. Actually, LMGs isn't too bad because we can, yeah. When everything's getting changed, you just go through the list and you just input them. You're not double checking other stuff. M249 or Mark 46 as I get bumped out of my inventory. That would be just remove those people. Why are there people in the place where I'm peopling or I'm being? I'm an introvert. Just leave me alone. So anyway, but, most of them are indeed actually hitting exactly that 20%. Next up, M60 E4 E6 E4/E6. We'll just use good times, which is an E6. 146677. Okay. I'll copy that over. And the M60 buffs are pretty, like, M60 was always good. Like, was always good. But then now it's likely even better. MG5, the 2 crit chance mod variant. 107093. Enter. My lamp covers a tiny amount of my monitor, so I always have to sometimes fiddle with it. Negev. No. What happened? No. Clicked on the bar, likely. 9169. Nice. RPK 74. $133,043, and yeah, that one doesn't have 2 variants in here because, like, you're not gonna put anything else than the Big Mac on that. And then we're doing the Stoner. One 14991. Okay, we input everything. While we're here, let's do the exotics right away as well, and then we'll backfill the numbers into the tables. So Iron Lung is Iron Lung doesn't have any like weird mods or anything, does it? No. The Iron Lung she has on her is not optimized to full.
Hello.
Which we do need to get somewhat okay numbers out of it. Oh well, usable numbers, because I'm assuming 100 weapon damage. If it's not 100 weapon damage, then, you know, you're assuming wrong. And as we all know, you can't be wrong on the internet. Yeah, let's see, actually, we can just see from the base weapon damage. If we just turn that back on. We'll grab blue screen, that one, and actually we don't need to grab a pestilence, because a pestilence is 47k now, it's 47k in here. Blue screen is 62k in here. Actually, blue screen has gone up. This is 45k in game, and it's 37k in there. So actually, yeah, blue screen actually has gone up as well. So this is 62. So we're gonna mark it green. Yep, we're gonna do this and take this and put that there and make it gray like the rest, just for my own personal sensibilities. With Dr. Home. Yeah. Yeah, that healing of it is kind of silly. I wonder, like, you would think that even like if you go like, I think this would work, and then you just input it into like the dev, like, I would assume they have like a dev environment that you can like play around with altered things, or you can just run like a session, like. And then if you used it for like 12 seconds, you'd go like, this idea I had, it turns out it is not, yeah. As I would say it's like I would come back and go like, I'm a dum-dum. But instead I'm going to say they're a dum-dum. 124017. Why is this breaking? Oh, wait, what? Oh, okay. That answers my own dumb question. You know that second ago when I said I sometimes like do things and then go, I'm a dum-dum? Yeah. About that, I was being a dum-dum. I was using old numbers from like up here that I just copied over and just hadn't altered and was getting weird values and was... Anyway, here as well, Iron Lung. They said it's 10%, 15%. Blue screen is 10%. It's not the 20%. Although, yeah, there was something stated about Iron Lung, but I don't remember what it was. And this one is 9169. Actually, could have just taken the negative numbers because it's the same number. Making it a 45, making it a 20% increase to this. Yeah. Now we need to backfill these numbers in. And yeah, I just want to do the rounding, so I'll just fill them in by hand. 6149. 62008. 45084. 76 159. Is any of the LMGs not 20%? No, all of them are basically 20%. 47905. 51854, 51854.
Crisis in crisis management, aren't we?
71 646. That one stays by 1 67 697. Something to do here. Three 546. $45,084. 45,084. 66,521. 57,495. Yay! And now we can do this and take this. Actually, yeah, let's do the copying first because we'll copy it over to all of them. So yeah, this one we're gonna do differently. We'll put that one there, and then we'll take these here, and then put them underneath the good times, and we'll give the good times, of course, the same bases as the E6 and the E4. Mostly because yeah, they're linked to their reload bonus being here much higher, a different value than the rest. And then when we sort it, it'll still like line up. Yep, that's all there. Oh, they're going to the top, aren't they? Yep, they are. Wait, what was at the top before? Yeah, so burst and sustain tables. Was it the RPK with LMGs? It was. Huh, interesting. Because can we line the two of these up? Yeah. Here's the RPK, actually, it's down there. Interesting. But yeah, let's sort them in a second. We'll make it a little bit clearer and easier to read. And yeah, same again. Well, actually, we don't take that one. We take this one, and we put it up here as well. Now we just need to resort. Actually, let's do exotics then as well. So ploink and ploink. Now we take this section. We go data, sort range, by Z. Actually, you can do it like that. I don't even need to go into that. I forgot about that. It depends on where you placed your initial selection. Wait, not like that. But like that. Because I can do this and then this, right? That works. Ah, no, it doesn't. Okay, no, so I wasn't being a big dum-dum. You can only really easily do it in there. Here, we do it by G. Z to A. Did I do A to Z? I feel I did.
Yeah, whatever it takes is fine with me. Okay, I just want to get it resolved ASAP.
Wait, what? Or is this just... Eh? Oh. Fault detected. G is not the thing we're sorting by. We are sorting by H. There we go. Because these percentages, yeah, should be just decreasing because they're linked still to like this one. So you would think, that I would know how to do that by now, but I'm tired. Had a long day yesterday. If you guys have a complaint, please refer yourself to my HR department. We shall laugh at it and throw it out of a window. We'll print it out, laugh at it, and throw it out of a window. Crumple it up. We take your concerns concernly. There we go. And back in that goes. This is right there, right? Yeah, so that's all fine. Let's actually just unplug all of this. Put it there. We'll put all of this here. Ready to begin with as well. And here we're sorting by G. I should all, not all of it, but first. Z to A. Data, sort range. G, Z to A. And damage per mag, it's always silly with the exotics. I'm also surprised that people actually take it seriously. They go like, that's such high damage per mag. It's just like, guys, like that many rounds, it doesn't really matter. When are you gonna fire 1,000 rounds and everything isn't dead yet? Because I'm treating the Bullet King as having 1,000 round bag, which is the base amount of LMG ammo that you have. So if you have no watch points, you have 1,000 rounds with it. And yeah, that means it has a high damage per mag, because if you had a mag that size, you would be a happy man. And yeah, in this one, we need to be careful, right? Or actually, no, we don't. That's the reason we made sure to put the good times in the right spot, which is that we're going to just sort by I and everything should work. Yeah, good times float to the top, very much so. Because yeah, in the past, I was still beaten out and sustained by the RPK, which is like, where are you, dude? You're back there. Okay. The GR9s and stuff as well. But the GR9 can actually even be steady-handed over fast hands. Like good times and stuff, like you have 150 rounds, you want fast hands over it. Because in the fast hands category, not much changed. Still, GR9's steady-handed, Stoner steady-handed. Classic M60 is, of course, -1 mod, but then, yeah, the good times is just, especially with a rate of fire mag. It's actually a decent choice. Let's actually go to Burst. Let's actually have a look at Burst. So, that's interesting. Oh, no, actually, no, that's the MG5 with 1 mod less. Okay, so. But Infantry MG5 comes now above RPK. Oh, we didn't put... Wait, what? What happened here then? Likely I hit Control Z at some point and actually accidentally put that back there. Yeah, especially on birds, yeah. The Infantry MG5. Because especially as well the M60s and stuff. Were always okay. The thing is, the Infantry MG5, you can't really put a rate of fire mag on it. It's too low, 50 rounds for that. Well, the pouch goes to 100, and it's up here. The M60 E6/E4. It's actually still not high enough to... I would have expected this one to have caught up to it. But of course, on sustain, especially with pouch, like... It actually didn't shake up LMGs as much as I was. I mean, all of them are getting plus 20% is the thing as well. So it's very much... Trying to see if there's any like outliers, but also again, not so much. Like everything's still kind of in the same spots. Negav kind of moved up actually versus the rest, just because it's usable. But the E6s and stuff, yeah, that's kind of usable. Now they also don't suppress as much is kind of the thing with them, so they can actually be usable. Where Negavs and MG5s, especially Negavs, just do it a little bit too much. Also kind of looking if they've made any mistakes, but I don't see any blatant ones. So far everything looks okay. Especially, yeah, because like the rate of fire ones means that they're running a rate of fire mag, and the P ones means they're running a plus 50 round mag. Or belt, technically, with LMGs. Although, of course, they have mags as well. No outliers, really. I know, RPK is still likely the go-to for just general use. Because while the L86 can burst, it doesn't hold up against any of the other choices, really, just because it doesn't do anything of the LMG. Like, that matters for an LMG, which is having... Like, it's just a bad AR at that point. It's 50 round mag. Yeah, where does the Negev land with fast hands? Pretty low, right? Even with rate of fire? I feel something broke here with this last one. Did we not sort it correctly with this end? Ew, I get a feeling I did something stupid here, didn't I? I feel I broke the fast hands one. No, actually, well, that we don't. It's not a hard solve actually because, or so is this one. That kind of explains that. I was like, why is all these numbers so much lower than the rest? But that explains it. I pasted these numbers in here. They don't belong there. Can I actually do this? Does that work? No. Yeah. We'll just go by hand. But I didn't paste them there. Let's just get a fresh one. But that's faster as well. We'll go back, grab the old one from here. Copy this over. Make sure I'm pasting it in the right spot. And then, yeah, let's do the thing again we did a second ago, which is to take these stats. Ew, we can't take those like that. That's fine though. Yeah, that's fine though. That's why I made the mistake. And I understand. Because yeah, I was trying to grab it with the optimal and stuff as well. But I can't do that. So we take it up to there, we take here. We need to not have these reload stats overriding this. This is the actual issue that happened there. And I shouldn't care about the optimals, but I do, so. Let's make sure we get those right as well. Now we take this out. I'm awake. And now we're sorting by I. Data, sort ranged. I, Z to A. There we go. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Oh, wait, before we put that back. This needs to be these two numbers. This needs to be this number, of course. These also got the plus 20 buff. I was like, why did the good times go all the way to the bottom? But because of that. Again, I'm awake. It's fine.
I don't know how we keep some of this stuff working, but we do.
You lost your reference? Why? Wait, what happened?
Do not intervene or risk causing potential harm to yourself.
What even? How does that even break? No. Copy, paste. Copy, paste. What? How does this even happen? This is fine. This is fine. Did I? Oh. God damn it. Control Xing is very dangerous in spreadsheets because, especially in Google spreadsheets, they like things linked to them, they'll still keep linking to them. Which is kind of handy for instance, with the percentages and stuff. So I can move them around. Where's the other E6? E6 rate of fire, thank you. And we can just take that the we'll get there. There you go. Fixed it. Yeah, it cuts one from here and put it here, so all of the references here broke. Including this one. Why? I mean, this is literally just this cell anyways. I'll just fix it like that. Okay, now we still need to sort this range. At least it's towards the end, the frustration. It's much more frustrating when it starts out frustrating. Because then you go on tilt and then you just stay on tilt. There we go. Yay. Okay, the M60s have crawled to the top here. That's interesting. Although, of course, they have -1 mod, so. And yeah, now the rest of it looks correct. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And yeah, here we see kind of the diminishing returns of rate of fire, which is a second derivative, so it's even lossier than the rest. All of that doubling of that fast hand stacks, getting 360 instead of 160, because both of these are starting on the same. Well, this one versus this. Well, actually, does this actually line up? 5.3. Wait, did I still break it? No. I'm an idiot. God damn it. And we did so many other things, so I can't undo now. You know what, let me go in chat, see if everybody's yelling at me because I made a silly mistake there. Yeah, I was in there for a while, so sorry if I'm getting to stuff late. Although actually, when was this? Let's finish the New York DLC for the first time. Well, congratulations. Welcome to Endgame. Enjoy your time there. Don't try to go too fast. Make a build. Look around at things you can do. Find something that you want to work towards and just work towards one thing at a time. New meta gun. Is it still? I mean, Oreo is still the meta gun. Nothing caught up to it, really. That wasn't going to happen anyway. fact they didn't even talk about the chameleon buff is baffling to me. At least buff the range versus I mean, the chameleon is doing okay. Basically, it's being able to change. So even though it didn't get a buff here at all, is mostly down to its base weapons not getting a buff. Most of the exotics that did get a buff is just they're linked to their base weapon and they kind of want to keep them the same, which they don't need to. Like they're not that linked. It's not hard coded like that. But chameleon is getting a buff. Going from that 9.5 crit chance to a detox stat is in effect a pretty big buff to it. So, and chameleon was always okay. And even if it had more optimal range, you would need the accuracy to go. But it's just going from crit chance to detox is in most builds in effect 10%, 9.5% if you kind of keep in activeness in my buff to it, which is in line with the rest of the stuff. Just not in hard stats. And hater skips. As a hard at work or hardly working right. As I made another mistake there. Actually, no. Let me catch up on chat first, and then we'll go. And Hayden Nandor, and what does the green? Green is anything that got changed in current thing. There's a few reds, or well, there's one red which is unlisted change. So all of these were listed changes. So they there's just one in the rifles. There's the LVOC and the lightweight M4 also got changes to their base weapon damage, but not listed. Which weapon defeated the FAMAS? Likely the F2000 will now be competing with high-end on the FAMAS. Or actually, if you mean if you haven't been around for a while and you're like, in general, Oreo, Elmo competes favorably with it for most content. Although, of course, FAMAS still, like they're around the same damage areas as base weapons, but then, of course, FAMAS has the ability to not be locked into the Elmo's talent. But the Elmo's talent is okay anyway, so it's not a bad choice. But yeah, a FAMAS can do about the same damage and then have preservation on top of it, or have strained on top of it, do even more damage. Green, yep. Yeah, all of them were pretty close indeed to 20%, at least in this category. And a bunch of other categories they weren't. Yeah, so I messed up again. Let's get a fresh one again, because that's still going to be faster again. Well, at least this is still correctly selected. Okay, we're pasting that in. Okay, I'm grabbing this, going up to here, doing this, and doing this. What? Why? What even? There we go. And I spent all that time fixing up this part of it. Yeah. Okay, now we take up to here. Put that here. And take this. There. Okay. Now we need these reloads, and then we need like this, of course. We need this here. This needs to go here. That's the step I forgot. I forgot to put the base reloads correctly in here, so they were all with the wrong base reloads. I still did it incorrectly, although I think I know what the mistake was, as I wasn't scrolled all the way down. Oh no, actually, yeah. See what the mistake is that I need to place them there. And we're basically working around this area of the two good times, because we want to keep those in that list. They are relevant to a fast hand discussion. Okay, now we take all of this and we sort it by eye, and then we're done. Actually, yeah, so still made a mistake, but that one's at least easy to fix. This, actually, I need to cut it. Put it there, not just copy it over there. That one's at least easy. So RPK is still at the top. See, I was like, everything's getting 20% buff. Like, it wouldn't. It does affect sustain and stuff a little bit because base damage still, like the RPM, you're increasing an absolute value, but you're getting it into a percentage, so it doesn't really matter to it. So it should have basically been the same list, really, with maybe something that was like really close to each other, and then just this little amount difference between them maybe made the difference or something, but that would have been so rare. RPK and LAD6 still good fast hands weapons, although just good times. Although LAD6 not really, just because it's really not an LMG, really. And yeah, in the other categories, everything's fine. And yeah. And yeah, the rest all looks kind of fine. In this category, not much has changed, really. Things got GR9s are still pretty good steady-handed. M60s are pretty good all-rounders. RPKs are okay as well if you're like just shooting, because especially if we look at them at burst. And then MG5 is likely still like the all-rounder, although with a mag. So it is the first usable weapon. But it's weird that they haven't worked with the interbalance here, because negavs are still way too far behind infantry MG5s to be really useful. Because they're competing here with the M60s and stuff, but the M60s have the benefit of just having a larger, because that really does matter on LMGs, a larger damage per mag. Like if you're going LMG anyway. Damage per mag and firing time to go with it. So they're doing that burst damage for way longer than the negav. I was actually so comparing these to ARs now. That's like the top AR in bursts will be the F2000 now. That's a 667. Or a 676K. 676K would put it middle of the pack on burst on LMGs. Will this really change people's opinion on LMGs? Not in general play, because in general play, people will not be negating its downsides of suppression. So people are just going to get pissed at people putting out. And then, of course, this is not what LMGs still don't have, is the 21 DTH. They can have now, rate of fire, like having rate of fire next to 12 DTOC and stuff, but that's not 21 DTH. Like 21 DTH is a lot still. Yeah, let's do the other thing, which we wanted to do, and make sure that we actually haven't broken anything in the actual current tables. And yeah, for those that want to get to that table or want to have their own look through it, because yeah, here I'm just, of course, I need to put the exclamation point there. Yes. I made 3 typing mistakes in like 6 letters. In the PS tables, which takes you to the folder they're in, which is the burst and sustain tables. The current tables are in there as well, so that's why I'm linking that and not just the direct file. But the old ones are down there. The new one is the one at the end with XX and also like not current game. Wonder how many people will still. And then yeah, the greens are changes and stuff. So You can have your own look through it. We'll leave that part for now as is. Let me go back into game. I'll prepare a multi-calculator real quick. Yeah, the next thing we're gonna have a look at F2000, because F2000 is the standout change. F2000. Actually, let me put all these LMGs back.
Switch off and unplug
I'll need the inventory space, and also like just in case we'll keep that GR9 as well, just for now. And the WRS. So in case we need to double check something, it's handy to have them in there. Yeah, that can go as well. So, strikers. FAMAS strikers. So normally we would do this and then put a crit chance mod in here. Or that's how we used to run it pre-Elmo, really. And we would land on 53, 156, although of course not this mask, wait, Coyote mask. So if we take these stat blocks, let me prepare a multi-calculator. Not that one, this one. Make a copy. It is currently 16th of December. Rename 23, 12, 16. F2000. We'll bring that up. So I should bring that upstream as well. So, input the stats of this thing. So both of them actually as well have the new RPM. Let's grab a F2000 actually. We'll just grab a fast hands one. No, the shield splinter. Or did I grab a shield? No. Because yeah, both of them have now, yeah, that 1035. So the thingy will have. So we'll put FAMAS first. And my S button is a little bit broken and sometimes double ticks, which is super annoying. This will have a 60 round mag. It won't have it from there. This will have a stated 1.8 because the stats in there already are from a FAMAS. That's usually what I had in these standard. We'll mark these to be different. Or different stats, basically. We'll do that. Or we'll do that. And then, yeah, we need base values, which we just created. So let's go get them from here. I mean, the FAMAS is this, we'll actually do 44191. Just a full value. We'll take these two out. Already changed this to be 130. And what's the new base of the F2000? It is 45132, which is a lot higher. Well, I mean, not a lot higher, but it is higher. And also on top of that, magazine size, on top of that, faster reload. And then the thing comes, of course, is, so let's do it with the FAMAS first. So 54, we'll leave out the Coyote first, and then we'll add in the Coyote as well, of course. Oh, actually, no. So what is it with the FAMAS 53, right? Because now I'm doing it as if it's a mod, but it isn't a mod. It's a mod on the button. It's 53. So it's 53. 141, but that might actually make the bare amount of difference between the two. It's just that the hole left for Coyote is a little bit better with the FAMAS. That might actually break it even. We'll act as if it's a chest or as if it's an Obliterate Striker, just like here, because it doesn't really matter if both are the same. And then what becomes is this is now 129 then, minus 12 basically. And this one is 54. I mean, we can actually do it. Let's just do it and just make sure. Put in the F2000. We'll put in an extra free chance mod. Seeing as I'm stumbling over making spreadsheets and stuff, let's not calculate stuff out in our heads. We have the option of just actually making the builds. We'll do that. So that plus that. This is the same, this is the same, this is the same. That's funny. As we get there, we have about the same sustain or a little bit less burst. I wonder how many people are going to get this, like with how burst aligned people are. We have one of those places where they're about the same burst, but then one has a much higher sustain. Like it's 8% more sustain. That is worthwhile. That means that you're better off taking the crit chance rolls on the gear, dropping down the crit damage here a little bit, having this be a tiny amount less burst, but your lower bounds is higher. So it's going to take like 12, 13 mags, or likely the FAMAS, to actually, you know, or after like 3 or 4 mags, it's going to be in the favor of the F2000. And on top of that, you have longer firing times, and a better reload. Now let's deal with them both as fast hands, because that's like what most people do with them. Let's go back here actually. I think they both go to 1 second, right? So they're both going to go to 1 second. Yeah, both of them are under the 2.3, so we're gonna take this, put that. Actually, no. So we'll take this, put that here. FH, FH, and then we'll do Coyote. So what we take is this, and then both of these we just grab a different color, but do just one, and then we take same stats block and put it here. And this, of course, doesn't change anything about the burst, although we'll still do that. But it does change the sustain. Okay. And yeah, like reducing the amount of the reload difference, or how much reload, of course, matters to or well, the length of it. The FAMAS game catches a little bit back up to the F2000, but I kind of wanted to see if this would be closer to it, but it isn't really. The F2000 seems to just be an all-rounder. Although, of course, what we really need to put in here as well is Elmo. That might be best actually, yeah. We'll leave Elmo for a second one, because we need to, at that point as well, kind of go over what talent options we have. So leave this one like this. We'll clean up this later. Just remove that. And grab a fresh calculator if we really need one. Let's take this number block and do that and do that. So 60 151 60 139. Actually, the amount it loses on the crit chance gap that it has to fill in. It's going to make up for the less diminishing returns on the crit damage. So it's not going to be really anything interesting, but let's just be thorough. Mid-range and short range. Plus 25. That's all I want from you. There we go. So this is Koi 15 to 25. This is Koi 0 to 15. And then actually, this isn't that, but that's over here. No, this is over here. So these are with coyotes in. Let me actually catch up on chat as well. Keep going into the numbers and forgetting that I'm actually even online. Choices. I mean, yeah. But also, like, I would like for them to buff a few more of the weapons. A few weapons, basically everything that didn't get a buff is just falling behind. On AR, a few more things have become very viable, including ACR, actually. So what are you trying to figure out with LMGs? Earlier on, just looking at them, seeing if anything's really catches the fancy. The thing with LMGs is more, their damage isn't going to matter there. But all of them got 20% buffs. That's still, because the factor between how much weapon damage there is and then also, for instance, its firing times, for instance, in sustain and stuff does matter. So it changes the balance between some parts. But and also there's double checking that I didn't make any dumb mistakes. BM and P. So big BM is Big Mac, P is pouch from Gunner. So the plus 20 mag for the ones that are with that, and then P pouch for running them with Gunner. And then rate of fire is not, no, it's not the third attribute, but because of course you could have the plus 50 mag, and you can take on especially bigger weapons. You can take LMGs have a rate of fire magazine mod as well, which is 5%, which is one of the more useful, especially for instance for stoner and stuff, or Negev, or not Negev, GR9. Like on a GR9, you shouldn't actually be running, if you're running a steady-handed GR9, you shouldn't actually be running the plus 50 mag. It's like you have 200 rounds already. I mean, yeah, Ali says there some LMGs have higher headshot base. Well, it's only one. It's just the MG5, although MG5 has two variants. Is it F2000 in this case? Yeah. So the Shield Sprinter, especially with its talent, is gonna, especially with Optimus, its Optimus beats normal strength already. Anyway, so looked at the stats for ARs and seen that the max are off. Both ACR and Mega, but now the ACRs have higher damage per bullet, or am I missing something? They never were in the same range, really, right? Like even in current stats.
Firearms training is now available at the shooting range. To book a time slot,
Because yeah,
those with previous law enforcement or military experience will be prioritized.
ACRs were always like poorer sustainers, especially with a little bit Gee, did they have oh no, I thought there were 2.4 weapons, but they're 2.3 weapons. But also they didn't actually, did they? One of them got 5%, one of them got press down and then enter. Still have the Reddit thing here. Oh no, that was maybe this. That was this file, right? Oh no, F plus 10. Nice, 0 plus 10 as well. What is it in the new ones? Let's maybe see. Wouldn't also be surprising if I made a mistake, but oh, you are actually, you did find a mistake of mine. That is, yeah, I did the thing that I did later on as well, but I didn't expect it to have done it as early. Where we forgot to input the number back in here. Is that the case with all of them? Did I just... No, so the ACR got correctly in there and then I'm awake. But yeah, good catch. Yeah, let's fix that because that is a dumb mistake on my end. So we calculated the new one, we didn't input it. But luckily that is not the hardest fix, at least it's just gonna take a second. So we have those factors now in. Let's redo all of them. Oh yeah, we should have a look in SMGs if I did the same there as well. So this number should be matching this number. It's what should be happening, and then I didn't. It very much did not. Yeah, so range. But yeah, thanks for catching that. Who was it? Replica. As well, let's keep as many errors out of here. Column I, right? Column I. Yes, Z2A. There we go. That does pull that Mark 16 actually pretty high. Huh. Let's see how it does on burst. I mean, on sustain, Mark 16 in the past was a mid tier. Now it's a top tier. We didn't make the same mistake with legendary or legend exotics, right? No, because that is only RPM there. While I'm here, let's actually check first. I did do all of the RPMs, right? So that one, that one, that one. Max size here, a max size here, a max size here. Okay. What we can do is not input the number, but actually we're not even doing that. We're doing this. We're grabbing all of this. I'm plonking it down here. We're taking all of this. I'm plonking it down here, and then we sort. It is what is it? H, right here. Where did the Mark 16 go? Okay. That's not. I mean, it's still pretty far behind the ACR. Expectedly as well. Yeah, they were kind of like this already on burst, and then on sustain, 16 was always behind it as well, right? Yeah. At least, I mean, we can go and check. Because 16 was here, ACR was here. Okay, so they flipped on there. And that's down to that ACR actually being an 11.6% buff instead of a 10% buff. Like that's actually what flipped them there. Yeah, let's continue here with, so we did burst. Yeah. Where does that put the falls? Actually pretty high. Still not worth it because you're giving up a decent chunk in your sustain usually with them. They're like below mid tier on the sustain end. So just because of that 10 extra, like they should have just given it extra mag over extra base damage. Although I mean they are at least like they're, yeah, you can kind of, maybe if we had a use for actually they do have a use in damage for mag and stuff. Yeah, we need to do the same again. We take this, we put this here, we put this here, and we copy over our mistakes. What do you mean mistakes were made? You can't prove anything. There's absolutely no, the VOD of this thing will not be safe. There will be no proof of any of my mistakes ever. Except, you know. Okay, yeah, this kind of makes more sense because the Mark 16 was, this is the reason I run Mark 16s on like tech tanks in the past and stuff. They had pretty good damage for mag, which they still do with the 10% buff. Okay, one last one. Although, okay, yeah. So we shouldn't make the mistake I did earlier, which is we take first this, and then this, put these here. And then the reload doesn't go in this here, but it goes into this here. And then we take everything out. Oh, well, the percentages out. We sort by I. Okay. All right. I'll take that. I like the Mark 16s already. The Mark 16s are even better accuracies than especially the base Mark, like the Mark 16 that's just called Mark 16. It's pretty, has a really nice pattern. It's kind of why I like them. And yeah. Although they still don't compete completely on burst. Where even are they on burst? Oh, here. Okay. So yeah, they're not in the same ballpark still on burst, but making the ACR still likely the better choice. Because yeah, just double checking as well that like that didn't have any other weird issues in here, or like still forgot to like add in a number, but. But especially the Mark 16 being here, like what's the point of the M4 and the carbine now? Why not go Mark 16? Why not go ACR? And the fall being up here is kind of deceptive just because of its mag size. The issue here is kind of as well is the F2000, especially with that mag size, like shouldn't be up there. Even if it has one mag less, like it should be like here-ish because it has a lot more sustain ability there and firing time. Like firing time matters. But yeah, we got sidetracked. Let me catch up. I was catching up, and then Replica, very rightly so as well, luckily pointed out a mistake of mine. We should look in SMGs as well in a second. F2000 is a lot more stable, especially, and around the same accuracy, but a lot more stable. So the F2000 is much more usable weapon. I'm going to do a bit more accuracy because it's not great as base and the plus 50. Certainly don't know. I mean, yes, but it is now in a competitive state. Like the G36s, P416s, ACR as well was kind of in that. They were all mid tiers. They've been moved up, and because they've been moved up, some other stuff has been basically moved down. In effect, the M4 Carbine 7, which were very popular. I wouldn't recommend these anymore if with these stats. So everything is subject to change. So take this not with a grain of salt, but just just drink a sea. The SIG, the AKM, the AUG, and PDR not getting touched. Like put them at the end of burst. They're at pretty much the bottom of sustain. They're not doing great either on like any other metric. So, yeah. They should just bring them all within 10. On burst, all these weapons should be within 5% of each other. You can play around with their sustain being, in a 10% range maybe. And then their damage per mag could be just wildly different just because that's how usually it works in games anyway. What's the situation concerning rifles? Rifle-wise, because, again, kind of the same thing. The things that didn't get buffed kind of moved down. Classic M1A will still likely hold a place with a lot of people just as a secondary or something. Although we run strikers and we run ACSs as secondaries often. Like rifles are already kind of, that don't get used as much as ARs and stuff. Classic M1A not getting a buff, moves it down a little bit. Everything else has kind of been brought up into the same area that M1A CQB was kind of holding. But then M1A CQB, there being so many competitors now to it that max size kind of kills it. So I would be much more comfortable running an ACR SS, running a stability mag, keeping it at this 30 rounds. Its burst is, while quite still a bit behind the M1A CQB, sustain wise. So the blue ones are with a large mag, but even the non-large mag of the ACR SS, as I'm trying to find it. Am I just? Oh, it's at the top. It's expecting it in the middle or something. Is just so much higher than M1A CQB, even with a mag. So just because its sustain is so much higher, just because of those reloads in effect. So you can have it plus stability mag on it, and then this burst difference in effect becomes just because the ACRSS can fire for so much. But of course, the ACRSS kind of needs you to fire, like this is 7 rounds a minute. You have to be willing to click that. Otherwise, the Mark 17 has been pushed up to a spot where, for most people, if you like your rifles, going from a classic M1A at 3 clicks a second, I said minute earlier, didn't I? Second. This is 3 clicks a second, which is really doable for most people. Going to 5 clicks a second or under 5 clicks a second. 300 would be 5 clicks a second. With the Mark 17, with much higher burst, is going to be like, I think that if I was going to recommend the rifle, I'm going to recommend still the classic M1A just because it's easy to use. Especially because in between shots, you have so much longer of a time so you can readjust. That is an effective thing. But yeah, the Mark 17 kind of is a standout here, together with, there was another one. Actually, yeah, no, not the Resolute, but the Resolute was because of its sustain. Because, yeah, the Mark 17 has a 30 round mag, and actually they're next to each other. Yeah, I think it's I'm looking at optimal. I'm like, why does it have 50 here? But that's optimal. It has a 20 round mag. Actually, the next, oh well, you have to compare it like this kind of, right? Like the extended mag version of the Mark 17 versus the Resolute. Actually, no. But yeah, if you really want to click a lot, ACRSS. Yeah, got into rambling again. So I'll get higher base headshot damage. Slow hard. Yeah, they should play more as well, just with secondary stats. I feel, as you said there, the fall AK and Mark 16 should all get higher base headshots maybe or something. They should play around with headshot optimal. Give one of the ARs just 70 optimal. Like, see what happens. Give one of them like a really small magazine, and then maybe give them like a super high base damage kind of thing. And more as well with accuracy and stability. Make a super inaccurate spray and pray kind of thing. The downside is though we play at so short ranges, like for right and stuff. Although of course Oreo, the thing is this doesn't shake up the actual meta much, because Elmo is always going to compete, which is I would consider that the AR meta for general meta for most people at this point. And the Oreo, nothing caught up to the Oreo. Even the LMGs with their plus 20% and stuff are not catching up to the Oreo. And hey there, Ro, and hey to you as well. And it's going well, although yeah, my brain is a little bit on fire, turns out, as I keep making more and more mistakes. So yeah, we're just gonna do this last calculation thing here, and then we'll likely go and do something, because my brain is getting more and more error prone, which is always the case with me. Especially a long day yesterday. Didn't get much sleep. Had to do some stuff in the morning as well. Any tips on getting decent XP to get gear score and max world level? Well, max world level, as you say there, means you're likely still going through world tiers, right? So, at those points, you don't want to so much focus on XP, just focus on getting through the story, gear enough up that you feel comfortable going to the next missions and stuff. If you are at endgame, and you just meant it differently or something like that, especially currently open world is very good for farming XP. You want to be doing it on, I was about to like hit in world in the game. The thing to bring up, they broke again the world difficulty selection, but yeah, you want to be on a world as high difficulty with as many directives, and then mostly doing open world stuff. Public executions, which is an activity, gives really good XP for the time that it takes, but all activities are decently okay. And then especially pairing public executions, because they give you bounties, and then doing the bounties, and that's kind of a really grindy way of getting XP but also kind of enjoyable, so it's pretty okay. G36 enhanced. Yeah, I very much like the G36 enhanced. I'm very much. I like the normal Mark 16. The tactic, but that's mostly likely down to this is, I think, the first God roll weapon I ever got in WONI. This specific weapon as well, like that's why it's graded to 20. As it came, and it is pre-optimization and stuff, so much more valuable back then. So I got very much used to because all three of them kind of have a different recoil pattern, slightly. It's very slight, but yeah, the tactical and the SOCOM kind of throw me off. So I very much like this one the most. Actually, on their stats, because I have a Mark 16 in my inventory here. Right, yeah. If we equip it and go in here, I always forget, mostly because I just don't remember these kinds of things. But yeah, so because these bars do actually somewhat line up with what you get. But yeah, the SOCOM is always that's the order. I always forgot which one is technically on these stats the better, but all three of them have a different recoil pattern, which I'm so in tune with the normal Mark 16 one that I'll take that like tiny amount of like stated stability loss, even though those bars, they mean something, but also not everything. There's more stats than that. Great. What was that? Oh, you were asking about the rifles. Yeah, no worries. I like rambling about stuff. So. Hi, do you agree that P416 is better than Police M4 for Heartbreaker builds? RPM is good enough now? Do you mean, because we're in PTS, do you mean the PTS stats that are like likely gonna come to the game, or do you mean like now? Because now I would say Police M4 is much better than P416. Mostly because the P416 just lacks damage. They are all in current game, and actually here. No PTS. Oh, okay. Yeah, in PTS. Yeah, I wouldn't use M4 or Carbine unless they get a change as well. I'm gonna guess with the feedback that's gonna come, because they left out a bunch of weapons. Basically, every weapon they left out on the buffs. Every weapon that isn't on this list, which includes the M4, the Carbine 7, the AKM, PDR, SIG. There's one more. AUG. All of them were left out of this list. All of those weapons are basically now behind, just because they didn't touch like the top end. Like they didn't touch the TKB and the FAMAS and stuff. And then they moved everything, a bunch of stuff from like that was like interspersed in between. They moved them all kind of to the top, and now there's a big gap, and then there's like the stuff they didn't touch, like way below, which includes the M4 and the Carbine. I would definitely not use a Carbine or M4 anymore for especially flatline. I'd much more go like actually ACR. I would pick. Does the ACRE have a long rail? Or does only the ACR have a long rail? Long rail. Okay, ACRE would be my pick. And specifically also the ACRE, because these two, there's a big difference in stability accuracy between the two. Very noticeable. G36E as well. And P416 as well, actually. Like basically, yeah, none of because all of them are kind of the same as well on their sustain, especially ACR having a high sustain. And thing there is of course flatline, because yeah, F2000 of course can't take it, can't take the laser. So, the stacks with second I want to play with this. Oh, and according to stacks as well. The thing is with Heartbreaker, the difference between all of these weapons isn't that great. And on Heartbreaker, you definitely want to stack with the ACS, especially because the ACS Heartbreaker has a thing where it doesn't count all the stacks as well as Striker does. Striker seems to basically count every stack that hits like an enemy. Likely due to how pulsing works on enemies and stuff. Heartbreaker just counts a lot less stacks, even when you get the right amount of hits. So you can just literally put them right by side and have Heartbreaker and Striker hitting a target short range, so every pellet is hitting, and like Heartbreaker is stacking so much less. It's just missing rounds in between, and it does the same with AR. So you really want to stack with ACS on Heartbreaker. I have a fun fact for you, IKEA. Okay, I'm gonna guess I'm gonna catch up to that. You can't swap nades in combat. They're locking it. Wait, not even with the menu? Not even with like the new fancy menu that is there to swap grenades in combat? Yeah, actually, let me make that big. Because yeah, Pamik brought that up here. Yeah, this is a little bit silly. Like weapons, gear I can kind of totally understand. Weapons, I understand why they're doing it. They're locking it because weapon swapping especially with Busy Little Bee. Like there are cheeses there, but grenades. Luckily, skills don't. So here we're in the range. That's why I came down here. We're in combat here, so we can still like swap skills. That's still fine. But yeah, we can't swap weapons. Like you can't when in combat. Like I can in the range. Normally you could just swap your weapon here. You have to now go out of it, and you can't swap gear at all either as well. You couldn't do loadouts in the past, but yeah, you can't like I'm jamming on the equip button there. So yeah, there's that. Sadly, not all can carry the link trace upon the. Yeah, you have to kind of play around with it, because then, especially handling wise, ACR is kind of in the same park of the G36. Like you likely don't like the G36, the ACR will kind of have the same issues of just it jumps around quite a bit. All of those weapons that decay their drop off optimal to 100, they kind of all have that thing. But then Mark 16 will actually like, and keep in mind as well, everything's subject to change. I would totally see them getting some feedback and going like, okay, we're touching all the ARs. We're gonna also like give M4 and Carbine some love just to keep them in line. And oh yeah, we forgot about the SIG, the AUG, and the and the PDR and the AKs. For what? The fascinate swap is useless now. Okay, well yeah, okay. Gonna guess. Okay, yeah, you're showing it there. And incursion is okay. It's broken, right? Doesn't take any damage for like 2 phases. Are we surprised if they actually touch it there? It might be just the servers are super laggy or something for those kinds of things. You would hope they would keep them up to date. I don't believe they have stated any incursion changes, right? Let's go back to this thing, because yeah, let's round out our turn into dog. Let's turn out into doing these final ones here. Because we were at the point we had put in a coyote, right? So this is that, and then that, and then that, that.
Yeah, whatever it takes is fine with me. Okay, I just want to get it resolved ASAP.
Okay, that shifts the balance a little bit. Now we need these to overwrite that and that. Okay. G54. And what we need as well is just these to compare to each other. So let's make these already some other color. And then we'll make this one black with white text. There we go. Because like these two are just comparing to each other. So I mean, that's not enough of a loss. Of 2000 actually doing really well for itself there. Because yeah, because we have not as much of a hole to fill up for the Coyote, especially in the Coyote version, so 15 to 25. It's falling behind even more because the FAMAS has a little bit more of a hole for it to fill on crit chance, and it's taking the full 10% here. And yeah, this is basically the difference of 1 crit chance. And then it's catching up again actually with just crit damage because it has 1 more crit chance. It crits a tiny amount more. But especially even though it is, of course, losing out on burst, and I'm very curious what the outcome here is going to be. Although, of course, shield splinter as well feeds into this discussion, is that it's behind on burst, but it's so much ahead on sustain that it's worth it. But yeah, let's see what the burst boys say. As I've been in many an argument with people that are very much just, you know, adamant that the only thing that matters is burst, which burst is important. It's not the only thing that matters. So let's add a third boy into this calculation, which is the Elmo. Let's actually equip it. So it's 978. I will just go directly to the 15 to 25 stats. I can actually, what I can do is just re-equip this because this is all crit damages and set up for the Elmo anyway. So I'll take those two crit chance mods out. We have those stats already. So we do 70. And this is 1.7, right, on strikers. 1.11. We'll take this same stat block and alter the crit chance crit damage. That's the only thing that matters or changes there. This goes to 52. Actually, we'll do it double. That's what we'll do. We'll do it there, and then we'll do it here with Coyotes at. Just to have the numbers there undisrupted. 173. And the Elmo has 44191, which is the same as the M4 and the FAMAS. Yeah, we'll put the same set here. Now we'll go 60. 60, 60. Actually, let's just do is plus times. Let's do it right. Could have just done 10 plus. But we need this to be a second set. So let's copy that and copy that. Make it a different color. Actually, let's go this way. Do it like that. Let's give these two a 9s. Oh, I'm like, why is the Elmo winning suddenly? I mean, Elmo is good, but it's also not that good. Even when I put in the talent. We have that again. And yeah, well, the Elmo kind of looks like it's winning on both of these stats. The thing you have to remember is that 4% or something that you get on burst here. You get a lot of sustain, that's true. But this burst, like you gotta have 4% less and have preservation. I'd take that. Or you can just have strength on these two. And of course, on this one, you could have Perfect Optimist, which on a build like this is going to likely be around 12%, I'm going to guess. And then they basically all like line up, and then the Elmo still competes. So this is likely our new Overlord. What we could do, just to have done it, because I don't actually know Perfect Optimist. Oh, shit. Then we'll close that one. Although yeah, we need to alter this for a little bit. Man, how long have I been streaming for, actually? Feel for a while. I've lost all concept of time and stuff. Oh, Jesus, we're already... Okay, yeah. I might need to go take a break before we go over into the evening stream, which I might likely move into in a little bit. Did I make a copy? Where did it go? Yeah, there we go. Rename. It is the 23rd year. It is the 12th month, and it is the 16th day. And this is Shield Splinterer. Shield Splinter. You don't want to know for how long I've called this weapon the Shield Splinter, because I assumed, you know, that's like you would think it's just, you know, it's a splinter from a shield. That's you know, somebody might name a weapon like that, but then yeah, somebody pointed out that yeah, it's not a splinter of a shield. It is the thing that makes the shield splinter. And yeah, we have a perfect Optimus there. What we'll do here is actually remove.
Yeah, whatever it takes is fine with me. Okay, I just want to get it resolved.
Yeah, we'll just alter. Do I remember how to alter this? Let's find out together. Although actually, yeah, because Optimus 2 is just this, and then there's likely a 1 point, like there's a... that calculation doesn't look healthy to go through. We might just do it the easy way, but we'll see in a second. Because it's reliant, of course. It's no, it's just this. It's just this. That's all it is. Why am I plus 40 in here? Huh. Wait. Is this just one that I like saved accidentally and just messed up? Or is this also in... Or is there a reason why it's plus 40? Okay, yeah, no. I was scared there for a second that I had like plus 40. But why does this trash one have? Yeah, no, there you go. Because yeah, Optimus, of course, plus 30 at its end. Why does this trash one have plus 40? That's so odd. Remember messing about with shield splinter numbers, but normally, yeah, it would be this. Let's actually go fix that in the base file there, because I use that thing a lot. Do I have even a like more recent? I mean, well, a lot. I usually make them and then throw them away. That one's going to be from way long ago, so... Actually, no, we don't have any recent ones anyway. This is altered one. This one's plus 30, okay. So at some point I accidentally made this a plus 40 for shield splinter. Although not just with the one we made now, but... And left it as such. Let's make this plus 30 just so in the future. Yeah. So yeah. Now we do make this one plus 40 because we're actually doing shield splinter. And we'll do perf.optimist. And we'll even make it like named colored or something. So yeah, 900. A mag size of 60, a reload of... Actually, let's just equip it. A reload of 1.8. You know what? Let's even calculate from in here by going 103. 802. We have 130. Which numbers do we put this in as? Let's take these, right? Let's take it as Coyote. So 139 and 60. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. It's always annoying. I really need to change the multi-calculators to be like this, because it's a different it's a different order. On that one, it's crit damage, then crit chance. Here's crit chance, then crit damage, which makes a lot more sense because then it puts crit damage next to headshot, which is an important stat. We're leaving out headshots. Doesn't really matter to us here. We have 25, 110. Didn't take the input. There we go. What is perfect optimist? It is. Okay, that's funny. Because that extra turnaround mag, it's actually strained, of course, goes up by a lot more than it. Or did we actually? Yeah, this plus 40. Yeah, what would normally it be? Huh. Because the crit damage is also so much lower, of course. I'm like, why is this above 10% even with a 50 round mag? But that's because, yeah, the other version, of course, is like 151. Putting it at 9.8. Yeah, okay. Because it's usually under 10%. But of course, we're leaving a bigger hole for strain. We'll also have a more larger mag size for strain. But does Perfect Optimist just not win against strain? Am I doing this right? I mean, yes, right? Huh?
Switch off and unplug all electronic devices that are not in use. Thank you for your cooperation.
But of course, optimists, what we also need to have is, so what would be 40 or 53? No, 54. Oh, that's actually still pretty high. So 54, 139 plus 25. We'll just use this. 139 plus 25 for short range bow. I always hate it when it doesn't take input. Strain still wins at that point. Yeah. Strained Famas is this, or strained F2000s it is. Because yeah, even with the short range buff, it still beats out the Perfect Optimist. Other question is, kind of, yeah. I mean, yeah. The thing is, of course, the difference that makes the most to Optimist especially is how low your weapon damage is. So let's say we were, is this number minus 60, let's say minus 4 other cores, then Optimist wins out. But we're not that, we're full red. And we're leaving a much bigger gap because we're leaning more into our mods being towards crit chance for that F2000. So, oh, sorry. I see now that I wasn't on the thing at all. Yeah. About those. As yeah, we took it away for a second. Sorry about that. Let me catch up here. Streaming zone right now. Yeah, I'll believe it. Hey there, Natural Born Cena. Please confirm that best DZ meta will be named Bellstone with perfect. I mean, the DZ meta, like, I'm not the person for that. But I could definitely see. I see you already going into Gila and stuff. Yeah. Regenning, armoring was already quite important in DZs. 7% regen is a little bit much. I don't think I wouldn't do that if I were them. I would. We've already seen what happens when, for instance, the Pestilence could provide you with a 3% regen, which kind of gets you into the same ballpark numbers with regen, with True Patriot, and even then with like True Patriot being barely any damage, it just was the best choices to make. But yeah, especially Golan and Gila getting 2 and 3%. Pair that with the Murakami Emperor's Guard, and you have 6% already. And then yeah, you can have either a Gila there or a Bellstone there, giving you the 7%, or going Memento and going 9% fully. There is yeah. And yeah, Eagle Bear. I mean, Eagle Bear is not going to displace Oreo. Like from what I've seen in DZ and stuff, Oreo is pretty there. I could see Elmo getting less uses with its shock getting nerfed as well. But yeah. And yeah, in PvP, Shield Splinter will be the better choice. Because yeah, usually in PvP, so yeah, I was actually just doing this. I'll link these two as well, actually. So we have that first one was the F2000 striker calculations, and this one is specifically Shield Splinter on the strikers as a talent calculation. Oh, actually, the RPM goes up as well, actually. So maybe that makes a difference here. 1035. Alter that. Actually, does that change it? Does Optimus win now? No. Yeah. But in PvP, it will. Because in PvP, you're running like 40 weapon damage here instead. And then like Optimus wins out by a lot. So in DZ, I could see... perfect Optimist being a thing and stuffs. But yeah, as I was discussing here, so yeah, we had an error here. I fixed that up. At least, well, for in general, I had it set to perfect Optimist at all times. And that means, yeah, I'd still take a strained F2000, maybe. I mean, what I'll take is a fast dance. I'll take a fast dance F2000. And it's annoying, actually, that we have now another weapon that is even more crit chance, so we have either putting 2 crit chance mods and taking an F2000, putting 1 crit chance mod and taking a FAMAS, or putting no crit chance mods and taking a Shield Splinter or Elmo, because Elmo still for its utility will win out, and also of course it has pretty good sustain, although not as good sustain as a fast dance F2000, but then it has a little bit more burst. So, because yeah, especially the trio of these, they're all like in the same ballpark. So actually what we do need to do is, yeah, we have a number now for here, which was, what was it? 8.7%. We'll put it in as, well, actually, let's put it as 8.7. Put it like that. This is like a 9.6%. That one I know from like the top of my head on Striker. We need these two stats in there still. So I almost forgot about them. I was like, why is the F2000 behind on sustain? Because it shouldn't be. But yeah, FAMAS Burst King still. F2000 General King, because when your sustain is this much higher and your burst is like a little less higher. Because as well, what we can have here is just the same, like, what was it here? Actually, it was even higher because it's firing longer. So it's doing 10.48%. So we'll put let's round that down to 10.5. Let's actually show here as we're rounding both numbers up from like thing. Let's just add one digit there. Why doesn't this catch up? Oh yeah, because also losing it's that same. It's with the. So let's actually add these here as well. Although the ratio here will be different because it will actually even be higher, but just as a ballpark number. Because yeah, the F2000, same burst, pretty much the same burst, a lot more sustain. So when the sustain is that much bigger, it does win out over the burst. And of course, you have better firing time, a little better reload. So all things that do matter. That introduced Foundry, the regen was so strong you could see. Yeah, I mean, we added for a little bit there as well with, like, what was it? The Catharsis interacting with Foundry and making you basically invincible in some weird way that just like give you like super healing. I mean, in the past we've had incoming repair affecting armor regen and stuff. That's the reason they took it out. And of course, True Patriot as well with its like True Patriot and Pestilence. Because Pestilence would tick every second, so you would have basically every second a hit on an enemy, and then it had 3% regen on itself. That was like the PvP meta for a while. Yes, I feel I've done enough of numbers. We did a bunch of stuffs. Let me actually see if I missed any questions in here. Or any like pointing at something and going, "Hey, you idiot! You missed that Mark 16." Because that was helpful, actually. Appreciate it, in fact. Because yeah, I do make sometimes mistakes. I'm not someone that usually gets it right in one go, but I'm someone that is willing to smash his head against the wall till the wall falls over. Not healthy, by the way. Turns out there are better ways of smashing through walls than your forehead, but you know. Will be a video. So I'm actually I wasn't planning on making a video for the best. Everybody just makes them, and just like it's like I don't do much in news and stuff. But I feel this one again, kind of like with the Oreo one. I made one with the last season, giving my thoughts kind of when PTS went up. Mostly just to give the numbers, because there was a lot of bad numbers rolling around. With the amount of work that this was one as well, and also just to kind of like have a discussion going on it. I'll likely will make a video, likely tomorrow, well, because PTS will be up tomorrow, today and tomorrow, and then 18th is the end. Does that mean we get most of the day or not? We'll see. Can you check if you salvage a level 24 item, do you get back the exotic components with a new tinkering set? Did they say anything like to that effect? Because what you can do now is reconfigure and stuff to an I mean, you could always recalibrate and optimize normal items, but exotics and stuff, I mean, they already kind of did, because if you like just take a weapon, unless you're reconfiguring them to a different level, so if you're level like what did I even grab there? I grabbed an Elmo. But actually, so when we go back into the base main game, like, to my understanding, this already works like this, right? Like, you can just reconfigure an item. Like, I remember us testing that like a few weeks ago. I put like grade 1 on a thing, and then we reconfigured it, and like it stayed. But yeah, you can just like reconfigure them and just, you know, they keep their expertise. I mean, that wasn't always the case, of course. They changed that at some point, but I remember somebody pointing that out. And we went and tested it. So now I have a crit chance, Alma.
Violators will be removed from the secure area.
But yeah, actually, well, I mean, I can deconstruct. You know what? We'll deconstruct this Kingbreaker, grade 20. Because I have another Kingbreaker there anyway, so I don't want to deconstruct any of the exotics and then go like, oh wait, I don't have any of this. Nope. Although the new tinkering system isn't in as well, so maybe with that new tinkering system, because there's tinkering here, but this is just a new word here that it doesn't work in any different way. And the thing of doing it in the menus or something, that isn't in the game currently. So maybe when that system is in place. But yeah, currently, yeah, not really. But yeah, we also don't have that new system really. Tinkering, because I'm looking forward to that a lot. Just being able out in the field and like going, you know, I want to have 2 blue cores or something. If your build is kind of set up for it, and just recalibrating it. The question is though, like, I want to go shoot something. We've been talking for a long while. With we, I mean me, has been talking for a long bullshitting about the bullshits. I kind of want to go and try out. I mean, well, we'll grab both this and we'll grab a fast hands F2000 and ACR as well. We'll grab ACR. We'll grab F2000. I'll grab this Mark 16 as well. Oh, actually, I know what to put them on as well. Well, we'll go just murder some people. We'll just go murder some people. It'll be fine. FBI, open up. Which would be very weird if FBI came for me, because I'm not very much in their jurisdiction. P416. Custom P416. Where are you? Where are you, P416? You're my only hope. We grabbed the F2000 already, right? Kind of like the weapons they've changed. Let's go shoot a few of them. Let's go see if I have opinions. Let's start actually, yeah, let's not. And oh yeah, one of the most important things about the F2000 buff, of course, is you can have this gaudy thing. This came from a season, right? Or I'm thinking, or did I buy this? I hope I didn't buy this, right? But yeah, it's very gold. We're gonna put this actually not on a striker. We're gonna put this on a tech tank. Although a tech tank that is laid out for Elmo, but it'll be fine as well. Take F2000. We'll take actually 48. So if I actually just Cheska this. No, I have Cheska. If I just put a second piece of Cheska in there, I'll have all the hazard protection. 54, 158. I don't want to. I have a. Actually, no. Let's not flip the memento because we'll lose. We'll leave it just as that. I'll close my eyes, I'll go like this, and I'll go click. Where did I click? In the DZ, okay. Let's go this one. Let's go murder hyenas. I pointed in the direction of hyenas, basically. Let's go murder specifically these hyenas. Something with all the meta switching, maybe I can some. Well, the thing is, the new costs are pretty good. Somebody listed them out, but yeah, it goes basically like just a few up to 44, and especially for the later levels, which now of course are very, very expensive. They're just like goes up to like 7, I think, for at the later like 23, 24. Does this feel any different? Ah.
Detecting additional hostile.
Actually, it does. Kind of feels like a FAMAS, but I have 10 more rounds. Basically what's happening here. Because I know a FAMAS in this build also very well. So running a high-end tech tank, kind of the weakest tech tank, but it's all of the weapons will work in it, which is kind of could take striker tech tank as well, but just let's take a somewhat weaker build, so we like the weapon differences are a little bit more pronounced. Mostly as well, just looking at, because one of the things I would recommend it as well to try out, just to know, especially at the very least with just the ARs. I have plenty of hours on every weapon in that collection that I have, kind of. But you don't need them to be maxed out anyway, just to get a feel for them. So you just, if you get a good one, like close enough to use, just grabbing it and just using it, and eventually you'll go through all of the weapons. And once you've done all the weapons, you kind of recognize. I didn't recognize. I'd sort of been surrounded. That's fine. We've called them in already. That's why I did it. You kind of realize some of the similarities and differences between weapons. Also, stuff like the drop-offs. So all of the weapons. Oh, scrolling up while they fetched me there. All of the weapons that have this kind of drop-off that goes to 100. All of them kind of have the same. Somewhat that they jump around quite a bit in shooting, and also usually have a little bit to the left recoil. And I usually call those scatter shots. Although I think others did that before me. I took that from someone. Because the F2000 kind of has that as well. Because one of the things that the FAMAS has is actually I can't hot swap. It's gonna. Oh, I have a FAMAS on my back, even though it's say this. But one of the things that the FAMAS really has is it really goes just one way. It doesn't jump around. But even the F2000 kind of has it, but it's still very accurate. Especially accuracy is very high. So how far the shots fall from the center, because you don't really have any control over accuracy. You have control over stability as per the in-game stats. So not accuracy as like the stat of just how much you hit, but just we're specifically talking about weapon handling. Because the accuracy is how much you goes around inside of like the area that it can hit, and then stability is more how much it will rise specifically as well, because it's not, the stability doesn't help any of the side-to-side recoil on any of the weapons, or it doesn't affect it. It's only the up and down recoil, the vertical. And it's very pronounced, especially on weapons like if you want to see it in motion, especially something like Liberty, even with a high weapon handling build, it just still jumps around. Like even if you have insane weapon handling, and that's just because it doesn't get affected in its side-to-side recoil, which it very much has, of course.
Incoming hostiles detected. Friendly combatants
Can I
nearby.
have fast travel? Do I have anywhere safe to fast travel to? Yeah. Okay, what's a seasonal skin? Yeah, I would hope so. I hope I wouldn't have spent anything on that one. Let's grab a normal Mark 16 because yeah, this one's great at 20, so that's gonna. Let's grab an ACR, the other one. Well, actually, so in the build I'm running, Optimus would like be very actually. Once the memento charge, it wouldn't be because this still is like 130 weapon damage just because of the memento. But on bluer builds, Optimist is just usually, generally better. Let me actually close up all those tabs I've opened for silliness up there. And I just fast traveled away there just to get out of combat. You still have that option always, of course. Let's grab the ACRE, let's see how we feel about it. Although I like the ACRE, I never disliked it. I usually pick Mark 16s, mostly because Mark 16s used to be just above ACRs on damage per mag. If I mean, the numbers are there currently, so might be actually wrong about that, but they were always close. And the Mark 16 I feel is a little bit more accurate. Also, I personally, like, it was my first, like, I ran the weapon for a long while. It was my very first AR weapon that I had that was completely god-rolled, came with DTOC, and was free talentable back in the days of when you didn't have optimization. So, you, like, if you didn't get a max roll on everything and you wanted the free talentable weapon, that was, like, super rare. Now, of course, we just optimize everything to full, but... So I ran the weapon for a while, so I'm also one of the things... It's the same with the FAMAS, like a lot of the people... And I have the same thing with the FAMAS as well, because I've ran the FAMAS a lot, is you get used to its exact recoil pattern. So after a while, it becomes second nature to, like... If you use a weapon a lot, it just goes like that. That's also one of the things that if you use different weapons, you do need quite some time on them before you can even have a decent opinion on them. Because a lot of people will go, okay, I use this weapon just because it's very accurate, but a large part or like just feels right for me. So just a large part of that is also just your time with it. It's like it. If you're riding a bike for the first time and you go like, oh yeah, no, I like a skateboard. It's like, yeah, but you're gonna have to learn how to ride that thing first, and then
Supply room access unlocked.
Yeah. Did that feel different? Let's put a Mark 16 in my hands. Let's actually as well give one of these like a different skin that I like, because there I actually noticed towards the end. Let's give it something gaudy. Why are all the well, that's a downside to the ACR. I forgot about this. All the skins on it are very muted. It has the sheen of it is kind of like overlaid over the skins, and that kind of makes them muted and a little bit more of the base color, which is like the yellowish tone that it has, like that tone. That's also the reason likely I went with the tone I went with, because usually I have Boogeyman on a lot of weapons, and like pops here, and then here it's like super muted. You know what? Let's just do that. That's it.
Friendly combatants nearby.
Let's go murder some more. We didn't murder enough. This guy did surgery. Was the world scaling? I remember yesterday us like messing about with it, or like wasn't sure of it. We'll see here. We have to glitch in solo yeah. Don't take it too. They were likely just joking. They're, but yeah, there is of course a lot of people. The price changes are nice though. Optimization as well. I mean, optimization. Having ran into it recently with the new account.
Detecting additional
How
hostile.
it kind of feels for newer accounts that haven't been around forever. Yeah, a reduction to it, especially now, like later on into the live game. I wouldn't have agreed with it even more than they, because it came out actually super expensive, insanely expensive. They like quartered most of the like, it went to 25% of the like initial release of optimization or something for most of the stats or most of the resources. And yeah, at this point, it's good to jump it down one step down again. She killed herself because her drone exploded on my face because I was next to her. You're a dumbass. You could have survived. I could have not had a drone explode in my face. We could have all been happy. Well, we couldn't all have been happy. Kind of sad they did that. I mean, yeah, I'm hoping they might, because they'll get feedback from this, of course. I feel all of the weapons they didn't touch. SIG as well. EDR, AKs need some love. AKs are still just worse TKBs, and the TKB is now like in the middle of the pack. And there was one other that's is so forgettable, even I forgot about it. But yeah, the ones that don't have a green in their thing, in current things. Because yeah, the FAMAS, TKB, they're still competitive for the things that they can do. And yeah, having a new, like, top of the table weapon, it's kind of good, kind of decent. The thing with it will be as well is that extra mag size of it. So even though it is still like tiny amount behind the FAMAS, especially on build. That's fine. It makes up for it in its max size and its sustain. If its sustain is high enough that. Especially having some options again for ammo conservation. Because yeah, we still need to, maybe later on we'll do that. Maybe tomorrow we'll do that. We still need to put really the ACR in there as well, the Mark 16 in there as well, P416 as well in there. Kind of see how far behind they are. Because they've changed as well, of course. Because we're really focused on the F2000 versus FAMAS versus Alma. I'm not disliking this Mark 16. But of course, all of the weapons that have weapon or like damage changes to them,
Detecting additional
you could kind of get the same feeling of like how much that is by kind of figuring out how much weapon damage you would need to get similar percentage of a buff. So likely for this, depending on build, of course, because it's additive to another stat, so you kind of need to deal with its diminishing returns and then just get an actual calculation out to the point that you have it as an amp. So you likely need, for those 10%ers, you likely need, well, actually you need 24, like, to reach that 10% for most builds. But that's kind of what they have increased to, the ACR and the Mark 16. So it's as if they're old versions, but then with that grade built in, but now of course you can put that grading back on top of it.
Hostile supply convoy detected.
Oh, I had a supply convoy there as well, yeah. Barely noticed. Now let's grab a Mark 16. You know what? Let's grab next up. Next up, we'll grab a P416. We'll grab G30. Oh yeah, let's try out Future Perfect. Let's mess about with that. Let me get up here as well, actually. Well, there's a bunch of stuff I still don't know. Don't worry about it, Sleepless. Still plenty left to discover. But yeah. Oh, hey the dot. Well, you call hacks. I call 0700 collect and collect all the hacks. And hey there, Brozy. Per item down to 42 per item, which is broken. It's insane. Yep. Although, of course, you really did. It was 55 basically for most of it. It's mostly that number inflates so high just because of those last few steps, which it wasn't worth the cost. It's worth it as a stat and just, more damage, but just the cost proposition of it just never was.
En route.
But now it very much is. Like, there's actually one thing I still want to. I don't know if the full numbers are out there somewhere. Actually, the 220, what the cost is with the old system and new system. Let's keep in mind there's also a lot of people not even 220 expertise. Marauders even they follow me even into PTS. Wait, am I? Is only perfect overcharge still, or perfect overcharge? Perfect overcharge. Is only perfect still +4? Did I just not read what the actual talent change was? Okay, it is still going to 3. I'm running Future Perfect here. But I'm gonna guess then I just misread it and just didn't pay no attention. But then it kind of sucks because, yeah, then SIG is now so far behind that, yeah. No, thank you. Let's grab a P416. I mean, there's also P416 with fast answer, but the reloads already like feel the way I want them to be. Versus that G36, which was Future Perfect.
Watch it go!
I'm waiting for you.
Are you waiting for me?
None of them left. Better move on.
Where is this Marauder? I want to fight it. Where are you?
Supply room access unlocked.
Oh, it's going around it. Let me get you up here as well. Yeah, case needs some. I mean, all of the unchanged weapons kind of. Otherwise, you're leaving them behind. Like, yay, you fixed a bunch of weapons. What about the rest? Do the whole class. Did you bring candy for the whole class? Are you willing to hand it out? Okay, then you're allowed.
Yes.
Not able to yeah. I mean, they'll break stuff, and then sometimes even newer stuff breaks on PTS just because it's not implemented correctly to be on PTS. I could see incursions being, Paradise Life specifically, in that camp. Was kind of the same thing, the first PTS after the time that they added in Iron Horse. I remember Iron Horse basically not working in PTS just because they hadn't implemented it correctly. Or they hadn't done any implementation for it because it never was in PTS. So it didn't understand that like the PTS servers are different and didn't session correctly. F2000, I mean, yeah, it's competing with the FAMAS very favorably, but already the Elmo was doing the same thing, kind of. Retooling a bunch of builds with trying to get that crit chance in. But yeah, it's now a top tier weapon, which it's nice to see a new one in there. Guess I should. For you're coming at it from PvP, I'm gonna, or like PvP angle, I would definitely say Shield Splinter or Ouroboros. Especially there where it's Optimus was already king anyway. The top format, I think you. Yeah, I was kind of looking, but is it only mechanical animal that gets the +4? Because yeah, we're looking at patch notes like late last night. I came home from work and just sat down and read them. If it's only the mechanical animal, actually, just because the SIG, just this base weapon, it's like didn't get much love. It's way behind now. SIG was already like at the end of the middle of the pack, like it was the bottom of the middle. It was the end of the B tiers.
Need help crafting something?
Kind of, and now likely it has moved to, you know, be a full C tier. Although all of the tech tanks actually as well just benefit so much more from because they're all kind of crit chance starved, so they benefit quite a lot already from Elmo over high-end weapons. And honestly, for those use cases, I don't think anything will take them out. Although, of course, being able to overcharge the shield once in a while will be kind of nice without alteration. Mechanical animal, that's the one. Why am I in expertise? I'm trying to recalibrate this thing. This mechanical animal, I was doing some testing with it, and it's had magazine size on it. This is not even testing in PTS. This was like testing like 8 months ago, and I forgot to put damage stories out of cover on here. Oh yeah, as well. This is one of those, putting DTAC moments. Let's go murder. We murder some hyenas. Let's go murder some outcasts. We are proactively going to. What do I want to attack? Kind of want to make a mess. Let's go make a mess here. I feel actually that's a long run. I'll be ahead of this. Let's just go to let's have no hope and go to a hotel. No bed hotel. Actually, yeah, is the wording on this one +4 as well? Yeah, +4. Okay, so yeah, it was just. Also, this is gonna bother me already. Like they're changing stuff and they're not doing it in the right way. So normally the altered thing about the named item is in like yellow instead of the orange. And this, of course, is still this 19%, but now is also this 4 should also be yellow. Let's see if they keep track of those kinds of things. I'll put $10 on nope. Although I feel everybody's money is going to be on nope, so it's not going to give really good returns. One person might put on yes just to go against the odds, and then if they do put it on, then they'll win like $1,000.
Yeah.
Man, that sick reload! I remember that sick reload. I remember you. Shit, let me catch up on chat. I keep like looking over. Still a bunch of stuff. From 20 to 20 for no, it's so from 0 to 55 or from 0 to 20 currently is 55, and then every step from 20 is 20. So from 20 to 21 is 20, 21 to 22, 22 to 23 is 20, 23 to 24. So you're paying 80 to go from 20 to 24 currently. Because I would be curious to see what actually the same price is in the new system. Because 20 is more like usually more of a 42 is a well fine enough price to pay nowadays. But I especially want to compare the 20 versus 20 because that 135 sounds huge, but it's very inflated for the last 4 levels. Only perfect is full, so yeah. Oh, a scalpel as well. Okay. Oh yeah, it's likely set perfect, and I just didn't read it. Yes, as I'm. 4 strikers, Jessica obliterate pickers with skill tier. Technician, everything else just rolled around. I mean, you're still giving up a damage talent. You're still giving up Coyote. Like, I'd rather go chest Coyote or chest at that point, but then also you're still stuck on the main weapon. The Sig is now it's like really far behind us. That is the downside. Where is that? Was it earlier, right? Like, let's actually have a look here. The Sig is now really far behind them. Burst and sustain. Like it's it's just above the old bottom of the barrel of sustain, and now it's moved from the middle of the pack on burst, like down to like the bottom. While everything is kind of still close together, like especially these last 4 like are way far behind. Although at least Sig is still just only 10%. It's mostly like the AUG now trailing the pack. But yeah, especially that reload of it just kills it for sustain as well. I think like just having the F2000 in there competing with the FAMAS doing somewhat of the same thing, because it's of course still like it is technically behind Unburst. Technically in a real build. Although especially for high ends I could see it. Like actually on high ends where you had that weapon handling, I would take the FAMAS out. Like if you had a weapon handling or if you had contractors, I would take the either of those things out. Go Fox's Prayer. Go 5 pieces with crit chance. For instance, for raid setups kind of thing. Yep, that's a future perfect.
Damn you, division.
My shield is invincible.
Heavily armored hostile.
You know what? That kind of does it. I mean, an overcharged shield regens pretty fast as well, right? That might be actually worth trying out. Because you could try to do the same thing that like Artificer does, but then in like a longer time range. Still wouldn't really do the tic tank thing, but you could maybe indeed have. Actually, what you said there. Having one yellow on the build, having or well, having memento actually, like you would still want the memento for shield. Memento technician for not going. Well, I mean, you would still go to maybe memento picaros. Yeah. Well, actually, why would you? No, not picaros per se. You just go, Jessica. Yellow bar, good chance, good damage. 4P striker and then trying to. Yeah, there's at least like ideas we could try out here.
Location nearby.
That cooldown is manageable, much more manageable than a BTS use. Like 30 seconds. It's 90 seconds, right? Yeah. That 30 seconds difference is quite a bit. But of course, BTS use group wide, so it's not compatible. But would I grab this over Elma? No, not with current layout.
Incoming.
If I could give this up for something else, maybe if it was good enough for that. Because actually, I have it at the ready. I'm gonna put some damage on the shield.
Suppress him. I'll go.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put my artificer all the way over there.
Trauma detected.
Let's actually not die to this rusher. I'll take the heal.
Putting grenades on target.
But yes, I have taken out one of yours. That's really.
Let's do this.
That's not nothing. I mean, it's invincible while you're regenning it, so.
Supply convoy nearby.
Are we curious if... I mean, yeah, we can just have the metric from in-game, actually. The stat while it's overcharged. Put this back on our back. Oh yeah, we can't weapon swap, of course. I was gonna say, let's put an Elmo back in. Let's see how that feels. Yeah, that would be too easy. Oh, I shall swap grenades. Oh, that would be too easy. At least we can still swap skills. Although yeah, I'd be surprised if there wasn't such an uproar over that change specifically that they'll turn it back. Don't know why I went for ammo. Actually, I have plenty of ammo. Just considering they're actually fast traveling away and back. You know what? Let's put some more time on this thing.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Stay back. You hear me?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Whatever's behind me can kill me at any second here. So we got some mementos. Overcharged again, you know. But yeah, that's just that damage differential here.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
At 10 seconds on Obliterate is kind of nice though. Obliterate falls away, or currently like falls away so often. 10 seconds though is a lot of time. Like a lot of the times it would have fallen away. We're keeping it up here. Yeah, the G36 is scatter shottiness. Yeah, let's put this back in. Let's go Shield Splinter without the reload buff, and let's take ACR. So in the new mode, I do really like the ACR. Because I'm kind of looking through the list there as on burst and stuff. With the new order. The new order, the new world order has arrived. Where were you when the new order dropped? I was, yeah, playing the damn game.
Hostile supply convoy detected.
Do you ever much feel the F2000, especially on that? Like the plus 10 mag as well on it? I don't know why I'm looting. Let's go murder some outcasts, and then we'll stop the murders. We'll end the murders there. Let's go kill them. See a convoy going in there. But 6 red, 6 yellow, it's always. I mean, the amount of cores doesn't really. There are also other stats important because they're competing against other things. Is the talent companion a good one? It's not bad, especially on chest. It can be decent. The annoying thing is triggering it means either giving up. Well, for most cases, will mean giving up a skill for it. But in general play, you're much better off with Obliterate or. For instance, with Striker, you can also even go Striker Chest or something. But Obliterate is a general all-rounder. Companion as well kind of fits in good for shotguns that don't, because they don't have a good chest talent. Although that may be changing pretty soon with Intimidates. Going back to somewhat of a much more usable general state. Because Intimidate already isn't bad. It's clunky versus its companions. Or, well, it's the other chest talents. But yeah. But on the backpack, actually, where it's just a normal talent, it's not great. Vigilance is a general choice there. Because yeah, I just instantly went to Perfect Companion, because that's the only place like where Companion actually is kind of useful. But normal Companion on backpacks. Composure can be much more consistent in many ways. Vigilance is just the great all-rounder. You know what? Let's keep a little bit of distance here. Actually, you know what? Let's go and be on that end, and then we'll start a fight. We'll grab a convoy and a CP at once. I love coming up here. This is the best spot. Because everybody can shoot at you and you die instantly. Well, it quite often ends up that way. You can also be in their base, setting up the bomb. I'm gonna assume that grenade came from him. Murder him for it. Yeah, that's kind of the thing with Optimist, is it doesn't really work well for assholes like me. Strain has the same issue. Who reload after every kill. Like, you need to empty your mag. You really need to empty your mag. That is part of the deal when you're running up to this. Or, well, not empty your mag per se. Like, you don't need it to be on empty or something. There, the game just decided that latency, ping, should be 72 billion. You can't shoot from here, right? I remember. You'll fall off first. Oh, no, you can, kind of. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Guys, could you give me a minute? I'll be right with you. I'm just gonna go grab ammo. Said I'm just gonna go grab ammo. I'll be. Jesus. Kids these days. They can't go with like 2 seconds of not getting attention. Okay, I'm back. Who wants some rounds?
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Up to thousands, accuracy, stability. Always were good.
Hostile broadcast detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Oh, we have the... Did you go? Hey. Yeah, to go back to that ramble, I started back there a second ago. You kind of need to really go through most of the mag, like at least empty it past like halfway. Like that's the deal you make when you grab Strained or Optimist. Like you kind of have to do those kinds of things. Any ammo? I don't care about the memento stacks, but ammo would be actually pretty cool. Let me catch up because I actually am rambling again. Yes, it is become Mantis more reliant on trophies and lower DPS. Yeah, no, I was more like rambling towards something similar to like Tech Tanks, trying to get the healing out with just the mechanical animal. Because I would likely actually still compare it with like if I was gonna. I'd still go the 3 route with like one of the better weapons. Say it's just it feels weak, which is a horrible thing for a weapon. Going to ask with the momentum, interesting. Oh, you mean mechanical? Yeah, I'd be up for that. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm gonna guess you're saying there, yeah, people are losing their minds on the lack of gear. Yeah, entirety of room should be like vroom, 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 and then just like trying to murder the devs. Hot swapping is like core to so many like tactics, but also even here, like just swapping weapons. Like I do miss that. Kind of understand why they're doing it. They're trying to also like kind of negate stuff like the BLB switch and stuff.
hostile detected. Hostile broadcast picked up.
Oh yeah, actually, maybe, or well, no. I think I will do that actually. Because yeah, I've been rambling for a while. We've been into PTS for a while as well, because yeah, that's how that goes. My regular stream normally starts in like 40 minutes. I need to eat. I'm hungry. What I'll likely do is, yeah, after this CP, we'll round it out. I'll send everybody a rating. I'm gonna go eat something, stuff my face full of it, and just like wind down for like 15 minutes.
That was the last one.
Have a quick lie down. And then we'll continue on in the evening setting. I'll likely start like 15 minutes later as well, just giving myself a little bit of
Supply
time.
room access unlocked.
We'll go back into PTS. There's a few things I want to test and like confirm. One is flatline. Wording on patch notes was different than the wording in game as well, and like let's see if they changed any. Like I changed anything. Intimidate. Is it self-stacking? Isn't it self-stacking? Answers soon on a postcard. Putting maybe a calculation together. Best build, so giving the F2000 its own best build, the Elmo, the FAMAS, kind of like we did, comparing those two, but also making three. Well, I mean, it's the FAMAS variant for those, but ACR, P416, M16, and there was one other, G36. Seeing how they go. As I'm kind of like parsing through the thingies. The patch notes, but yeah. So a little bit more spreadsheeting, but I also kind of want to go and do stuffs. Kind of see if... I mean, they said the improvements are in here. I haven't had any frame stutters or anything really, the kind that I've been having recently, especially since the latest patch. So... that seems to be out, but really playing the game, seeing how it kind of feels, if the optimizations and stuff have happened, because I haven't done that much. But yeah, for now, I'm gonna briefly actually check who will be the unlucky recipient. As yeah, I didn't see actually any of people that I regularly know and stuff and raid available. Don't know these two names. I'm briefly checking what they're doing. So yeah, I don't want to interrupt them. Actually, I don't. Yeah, yeah. Let's not. And just well, I'll just say go check out people in the division category. See what catches your fancy. Most of the regular names are doing other stuff. Let me catch up on the last here. Not being able to grenades. Yeah, grenades shouldn't be part of that deal either as well, because that's like the whole point. Like they just added a menu for it. Like what are you doing? Yeah, which is literally your next sentence. So yeah, we are in agreement. Yeah, Shield Splinter is doing pretty good. Although it's calculation-wise strained on a full, at least on a full Red Striker, of course. Strained seems to still come out on top, even against Optimist, because it has also oh, change. Oh, wait, what? Change my. I mean, we can run the numbers on it, but I don't think that's going to be worth it. We're running plus 10 mag or plus 10 crit damage mag, because just more mag is usually like. I mean, maybe that was in response to me habitually reload. Oh, okay, yeah, that I could see. Like as a habitual reloader, just to. But then also, I wouldn't. I would just grab fast dance as a talent, which is likely what I will be running. I'll be running if the stats stay the same. I'll be converting a lot to ACRs, to Mark 16s. I mean, I will be keeping a bunch of Mark 16s for more ammo conservation, general play kind of things when I don't need the hardest hits. FAMASs will still stay relevant. They're still the top bursters. But the F2000s are so close to them on burst, and they have other factors that just make them, match up. But yeah, I could actually see maybe trying to get the mower out of the Perfect Optimist with this mag. But I would just not use Perfect Optimist at that point. I would fast hands it up the way I do most weapons. Okay, you've already tested those things. We tested them, and its results are weird. In what way? Like, I mean, it's then likely if it's not lining up, it's still a self-multiplicative. So it's a full multiplicative. Every stack is its own multiplier. Likely then, which is how it currently works as well. Intimidate. So likely if they just fiddled with the numbers and didn't change anything else, that'll how it works. But yeah, we'll run those. I'll also just still double check Flatline just to have peer review, basically. The more people do it, the better. Hey there, KA055. Sorry, I'm new here, but what would you say the Elmo's rate of fire is good or not as good as damage? Oh, do you mean as the third stat? Because that's kind of like how that reads as. So as the stat you put down here, damage to targets out of cover on everything. On everything you want damage to targets out of cover until the point where they change, as they in the future have said, they will likely look at these and as the third stats and maybe rebalance them. Currently, there is no balance there. Damage to targets out of cover is on everything forever for always. The only place you don't put you don't put damage to targets out of cover on. Oh, actually, well, there's another place. It's LMGs, but LMGs, the only reason you don't put it there is because it's already there. So, as it's the second stat on LMGs. There is a case to be made for some shotguns, for Headhunter, health damage kind of is a thing. For some people, they do like damage to armor instead of damage to targets out of cover for sniping builds, because once you start sniping, especially if you're sniping from far away, enemies that can't, like if they're getting shot at from above, like 30 meters seems to be the range. The first thing they do isn't just to run around or run at you, they'll run to cover. So they'll go into cover. So some people go like, I'd rather have damage to armor here or such for sniping. But those are, of course, like outliers. Damage to targets out of cover on 99.999% of things. As yeah, the camera goes like, you're talking too much. I'm just gonna go out to remind you that we need to stop. We need to stop existing, which I kind of agree with it with. You had a recommendation there. I'll take up that one then. As yeah, maybe we'll do that. We'll send everybody over to. As I'm trying to find the person. Although there seem to be, are they? I'm just gonna check. Okay, they are set to German and stuff, but you know what? I'll still send everybody over there. They are seen to be in German mode, so there is that. I'll be back in like 45 minutes, likely 15 minutes late on my regular start of stream, because we did a lot here. Not saying more detail. Yeah, I could guess as much. But then, yeah, with that reload habit, I'd much rather just have fast ads where, like, even with 10 stacks on it, It's just pretty good. 55 for normal, and we got 51 and 59. Okay. I remember doing the calculation yesterday. I think I landed on 51. I don't know how. Or was it higher? Well, we'll look at it. I need to go put some. My buddy's going. Go eat, you fat bastard. If you don't eat now, you're gonna get skinny, which we don't want. Benefits more. It says, yeah, well, yeah, that's also one. For instance, yeah, status build, explosive builds. But usually, what you do there is still put the DTA on the third thing and just run a shotgun. Yeah. So, or you put a capacitor in which has DTA as a second snap. Yes, I'm going to end it here. We're going to raid channel and we're gonna copy this name. I'm gonna send everybody over there. Be nice. Say hi for me. And if I don't know what if is in German, but Sie sprechen die German, and then then it's one nice one to hang around one otherwise. Well, you can likely find some cool peoples around. But yeah, gonna send everybody over there. Have fun. I'm gonna go eat. As always, have a good night, but except it's not night yet, so don't have a good night yet. Stay up. We'll have a stream in a second. Have a good day.
I hope nothing comes along to stir things up today.